I don't think I can go live until everybody says that they miss me terribly. I'm joking, sort of. Hello everyone. I'm not fully better, but I mean, it's true, Louie. I'm sure they miss you terribly as well. I'm sure everybody misses each other terribly. You know, there's just no community bonding when there's no stream. You know, well, that's a lie because it does happen in the Discord. So it's like, yeah, no. I miss seeing Louie being bullied. See, you get it. Bucks, 28 months on the starting screen. Yes, I know we'll be viewing a horror film for stream tonight. I know, but wait until you see what I did for you. Do you know what I did? Do you know what I did? Even though I still feel like absolute rubbish. I did my hair. I actually did it for myself because all it was, I was not gonna make it here today. I tried. And it looked better before. Like this side actually turned out way better than this side. This side has kind of fallen out a little bit, but it's whatever. It's fine. The bangs slay, thanks. Welcome. How is let me turn down this music. Let me turn down this music. Hello everyone. Welcome. God, it's been a rough month out here for me, hasn't it? Sick twice in a month. My gland still hasn't gone down, but I can swallow now. And everyone rejoiced. Yeah. Best outcome of the evening, my hair, thank you. Thank you. I tried really hard. I didn't actually try that hard, but we're under control. We're ready to face the week ahead, even if we are a little poorly still. Chat, I'm so worried I've got like something chronic. I'm pretty worried. Like I died for 3 days. Like I died. Like it was pretty bad. I'm having, I don't know, better stop my dog yelling. You can't be yelling like that, Dal. The Scottish plague, I am concerned. Because I rose after 3 days, but I'm not that well. I thought I would wake up feeling better today because I was like, last night I was like, you know what? Okay, but I still can't really talk or swallow very comfortably at all. I have tonsillitis, for those of you who missed. They think it's tonsillitis, but I died. I was literally comatose in my bed for 3 days straight. And I was so lucky. One of my friends bought me around these. So this is definitely, I don't know if it's homeopathic, but it's garlic, horseradish, and C complex, which I'm taking with my Voost. And I'll take a vitamin D too while I'm at it. You look good for a risen dead. I don't think you understand how hard I've tried to look good today so that I feel good, so that I can cover the news, because there's a lot of it. Yeah, there's a lot of news that I haven't been covering, and I've been lying in my bed feeling very frustrated, very angry, very, very mad. But that's fine, obviously. Hello, Evan. Welcome on in. It's been a busy week out there. Don't cover the news, it's a trap. It's okay. We just have to be absurdist fucking... We just have to laugh. Nothing serious anymore, you guys. Nothing serious anymore. If you're not good at golf, you're not a fascist. Wait, what? Wait. Fascism is when good at golf? Wait, hold on. Because that would make my dad a fascist, and dad's not a fascist. No. Fascism is when you, instead of debating actual policy, you debate your golfing ability. Queza. Oh my gosh. 38 months for me. Little old me who's been sick for a month. Oh, just wait. My news coverage is going to be really super slay. Like, you don't need any other news coverage other than me. I got you. The absurdist, drug-fueled, just perfect news coverage right here. Yeah, it's okay. We don't even have to subject ourselves to the full thing, really, because I'm pretty sure the full thing is just pain. But, you know, we can see how we go. We can see how I go. Me, who just woke up from an 8-year coma. Boy, I can't wait to see what my favorite Democrat, Joe Biden's, up to. Chat. What do we do? I don't, is anybody else, it's feeling, I don't want to, I'm not doomer, right? But it's giving 4 years of Trump and then we all die from climate change. Hooray. Do you think we should probably try and have sex before then? Not together, but do you know what I mean? Maybe we should do that. Maybe I should try get laid before the planet. This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Get well soon, Smixel. Love Smixel.
Thank you.
Shroom Smixel bless.
Thank you, Jet. Thank you for your support during this time. Thank you for your prime. Thank you for the 20 months. I vote we bring forth the plans for the castle and go off grid. I'm going to need 5 gifted subs from everyone on the planet to make that happen. But we can just start with this community. It's fine. But no, I do get that. I'll get it. I'll be at the pool. I get that too. 2 large asteroids are passing by Earth this week, so you never know. I don't want to go via asteroid. No. No, having sex with a straight boy for the full 30 seconds sounds like the worst way we could spend our last days. So true, King. So true. So true. We hate men here. Ugh, yucky. The worst. God, men. Why? Go away. Chat, my bento box is on the way and I'm very excited. What happened? Oh, human F-bean, so much has happened. Where am I? I don't know. I don't know how to help you. Maybe the extra gravitational pull will push enough blood back into Biden's brain to carry it across the line. I don't think Biden's getting across the line. I think they have to replace him. They probably won't, but I mean, anybody who has watched my stream for how long, I've been saying this for a while. You know, Biden might have the right people around him to make semi-democratic decisions that are like fascism light. Not really because of like his foreign policy, but whatever. Anyway, not the point. He might have some good people around him. But Joe Biden has never been a good debater. And Joe Biden is now, like, on the verge of dementia. So, we're not, this isn't a lisp anymore. Yeah. Yeah. How is the best case scenario? Joe Biden. Well, honestly, it seemed like Trump was on Adderall today, but somebody gave Biden ketamine. They were on drugs today, just not the right mix. Somebody fucked up the fucking cocktail because it was bad. Here's how Bernie can still win. I think they're letting Trump get in. I don't know. I don't know, but it does not feel good. Hi, Australian woman. I like your content. Oh my gosh. Thanks so much, Alabo. Thank you. I still can't believe the USA can't do a better candidate. I mean, all you gotta do is go to the golf course, apparently. My god, my bento box is 8 minutes away. Why are you working on a Friday night and not out living? Turtle's Edge, because I've been so sick this week and I'm poor. So, I don't know. That's why I'm working. Happy Friday, bitches. Poor is a relative term there, obviously, just to clarify, but why are you at your normal job? Exactly. I'd prefer them to decide the election on the golf course at this point. It would save me from having to hear about how Biden can still win until election day. Yeah, it's not good. I don't like it. It's really bad. We can, but this is what we have to work with right now. It's not like Australia is doing much better. Look, I'll take our politicians in Australia being able to speak coherent English for now. But if you're new to my channel, hi, welcome. This is absurdist coverage of the news because I've basically given up. Not necessarily on community-based praxis, doing things for my friends, really working hard to build community in my life and community in general. But on a wider global scale, my hands are in the air. Like I just don't care. I am here to smile and laugh until something kills me. Am I going to try and be intersectional? Am I going to still try and fight for the things that I believe in? Absolutely. I'd love to see some free fucking healthcare for lots of people. I really would. I'd love to see an overhaul of the education system. Oh my god, that would be so sexy. I would love that so much. Alas. Alas. There's just no way. Anyway. No, I don't want to die via asteroid though, because that would be next week. And I feel like I've got some shit to do next week, you know? You know, I was sick this week. I don't want my last week to be next week. I need to visit my grandma. I really wanted to visit my grandma this week and I couldn't, obviously, because I was sick. So I need to be better so I can visit my grandma. Oh my god, I wonder what does happen if both candidates perish. Oh my god, do we get real life Designated Survivor? Because I fucking love that show. Oh my god, I totally forgot Designated Survivor was a thing. Oh, I do love some White House politics. Do you think Biden should step aside? Yes, I think Biden should step aside. I don't think they should give it to Kamala though, because I honestly believe that America is too racist to elect a black woman. That's just the reality of it. I'd love it, but no, it's just not going to happen. So. Kamala is just CEO speak. It's more of the fucking same. Yeah, designated survivor is for the current sitting president. No, it's when everyone dies. When do you know what I mean? I can't remember when, but I did watch the whole show. But I'm sure designated survivor is when like a whole bunch of people die. So the vice president can't take over and blah, 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 blah. Oh, Champagne, I can't wait to see that bit. So I watched a bit of it and then I turned it off so my reactions could be pure for you guys. So I could be a pure newscaster for you all. So you'd really enjoy it. Did I tweet a lot of it? Yep. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? What do you mean? Do I look like I fell out of a coconut tree? I didn't even watch it? Well, now you get to. 2 minutes until my bento box gets here. And then I have snacks and I will eat and then we will suffer together and it's going to be beautiful. It's a real trauma bonding experience for all of us. I'm so excited. Happy fucking Friday. This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Yay Friday, yay bento box.
It's true, there is some hope in the day. We love that it's Friday, and we love that I got a bento box because this week all I've had is oranges, baked beans on toast, and grapes. I didn't feel like anything else really. I did have a Coke last night, don't tell anyone. But I really needed it. I needed to feel good about my life again, and that was the only way. Coconut tree? Why am I
Everything is in context. My mother used to...
We'll watch that when I get back. We'll watch that when I get back. I'll be 2 seconds. BRB. Hello. Did you miss me terribly, chat? Again, all I do is leave. Sorry about that. Show box, I'll show bento box. This is my congratulations you survived meal. Dinner first, jeez. Alright. What do we got here? We have some agadashi tofu because I am who I am as a person. And agadashi tofu is the highlight. I don't know how to say it properly. Did I say it wrong? Agadashi? And then we have this, which is just rice and meat. And then the rest of the box, they separate it all. It looks like this. Not bad, not bad, not bad. This is like the first proper food that isn't baked beans on toast that I've had in a while. Do I want to eat the sushi first? I feel like you're supposed to eat the sushi first, you know. Wow, salmon, I only eat salmon from IKEA twice a month. You go to IKEA twice a month? That's so funny that you googled that, Vox. Wild. Chat, would wasabi be good for me or bad for me at this point, do you think? Do you know apparently one of these little soy sauce things has like a lot of times the amount of salt that you get in it is a lot. Like it's bad for you. How do I get into wasabi? Like that. Bit of wasabi. So I managed to figure it out. I'll just stir it up a little. All right, a bit of salmon, a little dip. I'm on fire in a good way. Do you know the funniest thing about tonsillitis, you guys? Is I didn't have a runny nose at all. Everything was localized to the back of my throat and being unable to swallow and fatigue. You're gonna need serotonin for the debate. What do you think I'm doing right now? What do you think's going on at this very moment? Preparing yourself for the worst time of your life. That is exactly what is happening. Thank you for witnessing me. Very good. Very good. Shall we have a piece of chicken? All right. And then here's the thing that happens to me every time. This is a takoyaki bowl. And every time I'm not sure if I like it. But every time I eat it, again unsure whether or not I like it. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I don't like it. It's not for me. It's not for me. It's just not for me. It's just not. It's not for me. I don't know what it is. It's not my vibe. Do you know what is my vibe? Agadashi tofu. Let's see if it's good. I just can't believe that this is where we're at. Tofu. This is a full-blown house deposit. So I'm rich.
Thanks
Kamaro.
to _Pusilus from
Wow,
Receptive.
Tiny. Thank you for
Smithsel
gifting,
Spin.
Kamaro. Kamaros, thanks for sticking around. Thank you for the 25 months. This is agadashi sauce. And this goes on this. Like this. And then we see what this is like. No, it's not the right texture. It's supposed to be silken tofu, and it's not. I don't know. At least I'm getting protein. Who's Rob Zombie? I don't even know who that is. Educate me, chat. Do I eat the last piece of tofu, or am I being... I don't want to waste it, and I won't eat it tomorrow. So be fine. You could search the world and never find such good goop. Stop it. You're joking. Chat, can we get some free will spam in there? Because that is 4 years. Wallach, thank you so much for the 4 years of free willingly giving me your money on the internet, including a sneaky tier 3. Too kind. Nan. I'm now about to help you through a second presidency. Oh, God. Chat, was I here to help you through the first Trump presidency? Not really, was I? I did what I could, but it wasn't that good. I don't know if I'm mentally stable enough to help you through a second. Yeah, Pixel's not really happy with me. I'm sure this smells pretty good. Do you know what I mean? This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
A friend has been job hunting for a while now, and it's been quite a journey. They've had interviews where they got asked the most bizarre questions, and with companies where the only perk was free coffee. They even considered a career change, maybe becoming a full-time meme curator. But then yesterday they finally landed something that's a perfect fit for them. They got hired to accurately puggies the mood of every social setting for their new employer. Yes, they're now a professional vibrator.
I feel like I could be a vibrator. Like, I feel like I could rate the vibe of things. I could be like, the vibe's off, and people would believe me. Tasty, 76 months. I hate you. I'm joking. This is a full-blown house deposit, so... Oh my gosh!
Smixel
And 3 years? What are all these big fuck-off numbers? Archangel, thank you for the 3 years. Wow, tell me how you really feel. Would you like your vibrated? Or...
Ben K9 gifted a tier 1 sub to Vibrator. They have given 27 gift subs in the channel.
Chat, this may be the only fun we have tonight. There may be no... The vibes may be very, very bad from here on out. I'm so full. But I also need people to witness how well I've done. I've done a very good job. This hype train, it do be shaken. Is it? Yeah, I'm done. Turtles, that's terrible. You're fired. Alright, Pixel, because I love you, would you like a little bit of rice? Is that yummy? Did you like that? Would you like a bit more? You can have a bit more rice. Ready? Look at this. Basilium, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Happy Friday to you too, Dark Forces.
Happy Friday.
Oh God. Happy Friday to you. Happy Friday to you. The world/simulation is probably ending. Happy Friday to you. Vibes? It's going in the fridge, but... Hmm? What do you mean I barely touched the food? I'll eat the rest later. I'm so full, you guys. Like, that is a lot of food for me. Like, I had 4 pieces of tofu, rice, and I did eat 3 pieces of salmon. I ate 3 out of 5 pieces of salmon. What if there's no later? You mean if the asteroid comes to get us? Lemongrass garlic kebabs? Yum. Leftovers are a gift to future you. Yeah. I mean, it comes out to like $14 a meal, that bento box. It's not cheap at all. But considering my baked beans on toast for the last few days, it's not too bad. Yeah, we're about to go off. We're about to do it. 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 Now you're fine. Wasn't sure if I was 10 or 11 hours behind you. Hold on to your butts, everybody. I don't know how to hold on to mine. Oh. Louis, you're fired. The fuck? Cam.
We're live from Georgia, a key battleground state in the race for the White House. In just moments, the current U.S. president will debate the former U.S. president as their party's presumptive nominees, a first in American history. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world to our studios in Atlanta. This is the CNN presidential debate.
This debate is being produced by CNN and is coming to you live on CNN, CNN International, CNN.com, CNN Max, and CNN Espanol. This is a pivotal moment between President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump in their rematch for the nation's highest office. Each will make his case to the American people with just over 4 months until Election Day. Good evening, I'm Dana Bash, anchor of CNN's Inside Politics and co-anchor of State of the Union.
I'm Jake Tapper, anchor of CNN's The Lead and co-anchor of State of the Union. Dana and I will co-moderate this evening. Our job is to...
And I'm gonna guess you're both gonna do a fucking terrible job, but I mean, I'm here to be hopeful for the next hour and 38 minutes. So hopeful.
Facilitate a debate between the two candidates tonight. Before we introduce them, we want to share the rules of the debate with the audience at home. Former President Trump will be on the left side of the screen. President Biden will be appearing on the right. A coin toss.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. American politics drives me insane. It drives me insane. It drives me insane. The fuck is this?
Determined their positions. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to answer a question and 1 minute each for responses and rebuttals. An additional minute for follow-up, clarification, or response is at the moderator's discretion.
When it's time for a candidate to speak, his microphone will be turned on and his opponent's microphone will be turned off. Should a candidate interrupt when his microphone is muted, he will be difficult to understand for viewers at home. At the end of the debate, each candidate will get 2 minutes for closing statements. There is no studio audience tonight. Pre-written notes, props, or contact with campaign staff are not permitted during the debate. By accepting
What about hard drugs? Are hard drugs permitted throughout the debate, or?
our invitation to debate, both candidates and their campaigns agreed to accept these rules.
Now, please welcome the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Folks, how are you?
It's giving skeletal, but okay.
Great to be here. Thank you.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Why do we have to watch old men walk? I love old men. I do. They're great, but they should not be in charge of this. They shouldn't be. Take your little walk to the golf course. Take your little walk to the golf course, please. Take it to the golf course where it belongs.
Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the...
It is just insane that a convicted felon gets to, like, actively run for president. Guys. Okay.
debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president and what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs.
Okay, that bit's funny because it's true. That bit's funny. That bit's funny because it's true.
Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do was try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out a position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. The price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination, what I was left with in corporate greed, is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for an insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning.
This feels like we're about to watch two lobsters argue over who gets to drive a sub. One's claiming he's the best lobster ever, while the other looks like he's trying to remember what seawater is. Anyway, lobsters pee out of their face to attract mates.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Next year, in a situation and we're going to make that available to everybody.
Thank you for the $5. That was very funny.
We're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you, President.
Okay, that could have been so much worse, you guys. I assume this gets a lot worse, because, that could have been worse. I honestly kind of proud of Biden there. You know, there were sentences. Yeah, you know, the insulin thing is a good thing. I'm sold. Fascism who? I don't even... What? I know he's got a stutter. It's fine. I'm feeling good. I'm right here. I'm voting blue no matter who right now. That's so great. I'm excited.
President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID. And when we did,
Oh, I have not missed this. It's so funny, though. It's literally, you just brag. All you do if you're Trump is you brag. You don't brag about anything that's true, but you brag, okay? You just brag.
spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, a bounce back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
I love that we were able to sneak the immigrants into the opening statement there. I assume that's going to be a running theme. Oh, fuck. Oh, chat, I am getting flashbacks. I am getting flashbacks to 2020. And I am older, and I am so much more mentally ill. And I just don't know if anything has really changed, but I'm getting mad flashbacks.
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world, he's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that we found ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, you know, when he...
The issue is when someone speaks in this tone of voice, you don't listen to them. I'm not listening to a fucking word he's saying because it sounds like he's on death's door. There's no passion. There's no more passion. More fire. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just so incredibly impossible to listen to.
He was president, there was still...
Yeah, of course he's sick. Of course he's sick. But, I mean...
killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have any, this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness.
Oh my God, I can't. It's like it's deja vu. I can't believe we've gotten immigrants and China straight away. It's just going to be the same 4 years. We're literally just going through the same thing 4 years later. It's going to be the same fucking thing. It's just
to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce-back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. Now, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing. And they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst, probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country.
We just started, Barack.
But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had.
Oh, God, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we...
Mate, you literally attempted an insurrection. You didn't give him anything.
Came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had...
By the way, everybody, I don't know if you know this, but there's a little bit of a reason why I have just moved entirely into absurdist consumption of news these days, in that I don't really care anymore. I care about people, but I don't necessarily care about politics anymore. And let me explain why. Because we already hit 1.5 degrees Celsius. The estimations were so far off. We already hit 1.5 degrees. You know, that really terrifying warning? You know, that 1.5 degrees where shit starts going wrong and then all of a sudden there's these tipping points. We're already fucking there. We're already there. Our lives are going to be very interesting, so it is just attempting to remain semi-mentally stable and functional as best you can, whatever that looks like for you. Now, when I say I don't care about politics, I still care. I'm still going to scream about it. But, like, the hope that I have for humanity is the hope that one day humans look at each other and we're like, wow, we're all just the same. We're all just fighting for a good life. We're all just trying to be kind to one another. That's the hope I have. But I also may need to know how to build an A-frame. Which is why on Sunday nights we watch Alone.
Largely fixed it. More people died.
Actually, I take that back. I just have to be able to manipulate enough men to build an A-frame for me. Anyone? Anyone? For just $5 a month, you can join my A-frame building posse. It'll be really fun. I'm busy.
Yeah. Under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which...
Lander 486 gifted a tier 1 sub to Yaggle 52.
Slay. Actually, in my, like, if I was being honest, I don't actually want an A-frame. I want a log cabin. Like a proper log cabin. But the reality is, here in Australia, I'd probably end up in like some sort of like tiny home shipping container. There might just be enough ignorant young idealist dreamers out there for you. There might be. But it's not about being idealist anymore, right? Idealism is actually part of the problem. Like if I have deleted TikTok now, but if you go on TikTok and you see the way conversations going on, idealism is a little bit of the problem. I'm not saying that there isn't a place for it, but the perfection that some young leftists are wanting from human beings at the moment is, it's just it's not there. It doesn't exist. You're not a perfect person. I'm not a perfect person. And when you're young, you don't understand why it can't be better. When you first start looking into politics, you don't understand why it can't happen faster than it is. Or why it isn't happening. Not that it can't, but why it isn't happening. You don't realize how ingrained capitalism is, even in most people's psyches. You know? Hi, Famus. Happy Friday. I hope your peach bath was nice. The left is fragmented by design and we have no major power or body to organize such an international scale. I mean, obviously, because that's the way they keep it. Look at us. We're fighting between two old white men. It's perfect. Isn't it just so perfect? Isn't this like, don't these look like the men of the future? Aren't they the men of the, like, don't they just look like they're leading us into a hopeful future for humanity?
Which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country. And I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block.
Mental institutions?
President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy.
Trump knows that it doesn't matter what Biden says. Like, this man is not going to respond to a thing that this guy says because he knows it doesn't matter.
What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period.
Oh, you can't keep fucking up the millions and the billions and the trillions. Biden, it's like calling you Trident or Diden. Okay, well, you got to get it right. Oh, why? Oh, no.
We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system.
I mean, he's not
wrong. Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look.
Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus.
If we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Fuck.
He's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Absolutely criminal is certainly a choice of words for a convicted felon. I'm just going to shut my door because it's cold. Holy fuck balls. How am I back here? How am I? No. Not even indicted felon. Convicted felon. Yeah.
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. Everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they...
Chat, the worst person you know, just the worst, the absolute worst person you know, just made a good point. Ugh. This is so fucked. This is literally so fucked.
Will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia.
What?
He was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided, supported Roe. And that's this idea that they were all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state...
The reality is they're not re-implementing Roe v. Wade. So the fact that Trump says that he believes in the exceptions, if he gets into power, that is a good thing. The exceptions for rape, the exceptions for incest, and the exceptions for life of the mother, That is so important for so many women who lost access to the rights to their own body. I would be fucking terrified. You, like, I just, there is no sex to be had. But he doesn't believe in the exception for baby murder. Yeah, what he said after that was insane. You disagree? It's positive but not very, because this is exactly the reason New South Wales walked away from the criminalised but with exceptions system. I completely agree. Abortion is healthcare. You can go watch my debates from 2020. They're probably still up on YouTube. I've debated this topic as pro-choice so many times. I've had to scream at fucking... Man, this is going to bring out so many absolute fuckwits. Jesus.
States should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states. Let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal: there's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters, by just.
I'm not sure about this sentence, King. This is just, oh dear, what? We don't need a list of today's most popular porn. It's not good. It's not. We don't. Jesus Christ.
Ridiculous. And they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women.
What was that? The immigrant brothers and sisters who rape you? What is that answer? What?
By the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these kids...
I don't know, man. Have you spent some time in Gaza recently, or...?
Killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which, frankly, they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states.
This lady is like, just stay on topic, please. Please. Please.
I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion.
Oh my God.
Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's
okay. All right, we got one over the line. Good job, King.
That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can.
But why haven't you done it? Stack the court. Stack it. Stack it. Just fucking stack the court. Why haven't you stacked it already? Why didn't you stack it already? Honestly, just like fuck shit up a little bit. Put like fucking, I don't know. Fuck.
And take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth.
Oh my
some
God.
states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the governor former.
Nobody does anything after birth. Where is this bullshit coming from? Where is this bullshit coming from? What is this after birth shit? Are you fucking kidding me? The only time a baby dies after birth is if it can't survive. Nobody is out here just killing babies after they're born for fun, you absolute fuckstick. What? Just fuck me. If a woman carries a baby to 9 months, that woman knows that she is pregnant. Most of the time, that baby is so wanted, it's so loved, or there's an adoption plan in place, or there's some sort of plan in place. Nobody is just giving birth to a healthy baby and then being like, actually, I want an abortion. What?
Former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants.
Trump is so smart because he knows he's talking to people who will listen to that and think it's true. It's just in.
That to happen, Democrat or Republican, nobody wants it to happen.
No. Trump is incredibly good at talking to a group of people, and I'm not saying that only. Oh, do you know what? Fuck being politically correct. I'm not saying that only dumb cunts vote for President Trump. All right, I'm not saying that. Okay, I'm not saying that you have to be an absolute fucking dumb cunt to vote for President Trump, okay? I'm not saying that. But this man is incredibly talented at talking to people who are dumb cunts. People who think that it's going...
Send these men out to golf already so we can see Trump talk about having the best handicap while he cheats, and we can watch Biden discover what a golf ball is for the first time. Again.
It's so funny because we really should. We really should. Thank you for the $5. I'm very grateful. Chat, do you like my political coverage for just $5? You too can be funny. How far into the bait? 19 minutes. Still a long way to go, friends. I think I'm gonna have a mental breakdown.
Guys, it's not a cult. You can't just tell everybody it's a cult.
Thank you for supporting my descent into madness.
Keep it casual.
It's 2020 all over, and we all know that was so much fun. Famous, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I am extremely grateful. Thank you.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not.
Does funny.
Oh my God, so funny, Cam. So funny. You're almost as funny as President Biden. Slay. You can't handle this shit alone. Nope, you can't handle this shit alone. I am aware.
The circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Period, period.
The Roe v. Wade, you have...
Oh, I love that. That was strong. That was good. Yeah, okay, period. Period, period. I like that. I mean, it really brings the point home.
Wallach gifted a tier 1 sub to Political Ideology Cat Girls. They have given 913 gift subs in the channel.
Slay. Off to the races. I'm not a cat girl. I ain't got no cat in me. If anything, I'm a poodle girl. Look at me. I'm dressed. I'm cosplaying as my dog. Yet. Stop it. Stop it. There's not an amount of money. Oh, maybe there is an amount of money. I don't have any ears, chat. Unsubbed. I tell you, if we ever... No, it's too easy of a goal. If we ever get back to 1,000 subs, I'll get a pair of ears. And I'll give you one news article with ears on. There you go. There's your goal. There's your goal, you little fucking furries. There's your goal. Tasty, can you change it so that my sub goal is not a daily goal, but it's that? Or make somebody else do it. I don't even know, can you do it? Or do I have to do it? I might have to do it. I'll do it later.
Late-term abortion.
I don't
you can
own
do
cat
whatever you
ears.
want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, Constitutional Scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans...
I mean, it's true. If Trump gets back in, we are on the road to full-blown white supremacy.
Wow.
Fascist.
Just short of 4 years. Hope you are well there.
Oh, I'm something. Well is probably pushing it. I'm probably not well, but I am alive, and I am here. And I am yet to have a mental breakdown covering that. Is it that bad if Trump gets back in? Look, maybe we'll all be fine. I don't want to be like some sort of alarmist because truly, maybe we'll all be fine. But Trump getting back into office as a convicted felon, as somebody who is a known dog whistler to the alt-right, means that there are a certain group of people in America who are going to feel incredibly empowered. And let me tell you, it's not women and it's not minorities. And what happens when you empower racist, bigoted people? You begin to see violence beyond what is even happening now. So I am extremely concerned for the 4 years following a Trump re-election. It will be pretty tragic. Orb, I don't think that's the worst idea, my friend.
Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers, significantly By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. It's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we
Oh. Oh. I mean, I got the gist of it. Mans is just going to try and block immigration the right way without putting kids in cages. That's what I got.
We had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open, and he didn't need legislation.
Do you know how fucking hard it is to get into America?
Because I didn't have legislation. I said close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, under his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in his administration, killed three American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There is no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration.
Okay, that was one of his better answers, even though there was, like, you know, the stutter. We're not picking on the stutter. You know, nothing wrong with the stutter. Nothing wrong with the stutter.
You've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything.
What? That is nobody. What are you talking about? What? What is this conversation? What are you talking about, al-Baghdadi? What the fucking fuck? What the fuck?
He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying, and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat.
I know everybody thinks like Australia is going to end up all Mad Max, but it's actually America. Like, America will look Mad Max. Like, if that Hoover Dam, right? That Hoover Dam fails. I mean, most of Nevada is Mad Max.
Nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his
Yes, but that was not what Biden was talking about. He's saying that 2 people got across the border and killed American citizens, and then Trump's like, "No, we actually killed 2 terrorists." He's just talking about something entirely different. No.
ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these...
Not the Biden migrant crime. Stop it.
3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible.
I'm sorry, his face. The look of shock on his face, like...
What's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, or we have to get them out fast.
Oh, Manson's angry. Did you see those 2 deep breaths? Oh, no. Oh, no, he's angry. And you know what happens when you have a stutter and you start to get really emotional, shit goes out the window. Oh, this is about to get so much worse. You can see the 2 deep breaths. This is anger. This is anger.
Because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all. And he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great...
It's a good start. That's a good start. That's a legible sentence. I'm here for it. Well done. That's a good start. It was an effective start. I may be like digging at the bottom of a fucking barrel here for a little bit of hope, but...
Respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
Not his worst answer. I thought that was going to go a hell of a lot worse. Turns out that was okay. I mean, loser and sucker sounds a little... You're a loser and a sucker. You're a loser and a sucker. It's not great. It's cringe, but so am I. Who am I to pick on someone who's cringe? That's fine. It could be so much worse, really. It's fine. That's fine. But the loser and the sucker thing, you know, it does come across badly. It comes across weak. It comes across weak. When you say, it's not a good insult. When you're like, you're a loser and a sucker, it's like, you just go, you're a loser. Like, you just need one. You don't need both. But obviously he was just recounting what Donald Trump said about his, his son and the people who fought against his son. I know, Static. I know. But the issue is it just doesn't, yeah.
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines.
Not the third-rate magazines that are failing.
He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others...
This man, Biden's just in shock. Like, you don't have to deal with Trump for a relative period of time. You forget that how brazen he is, how willing he is to openly lie and be boisterously confident about things that aren't true. This man is charming in the way that he will just never, ever admit fault. He will never admit anything he has ever done wrong. You won't get that from Trump. All you get is just brazen lies. And Biden is just in shock. Biden at this point in the debate is just like, I forgot that this fuckhead speaks this way.
Others say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation.
Oh, not Hunter Biden's laptop again. Fuck me. We're not doing it. It's like we're hitting every fucking keyword. Nothing ever fucking changes, chat. It's just, Jesus.
Information. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
4-star general standing.
Do we have the bingo card from 2020? Because I'm pretty sure I had one. And honestly, it probably doesn't even need updating.
Your side was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right. Thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is...
There's a sentence in there that I didn't really like from Biden, and and it's an obvious one that I feel like it's the when they go to war. Because there is an underlying, there's no if, and that is the way that America works. It is a when they go to war, not an if they go to war, because so much of America functions on the military-industrial complex. Yeah, we did the abortion bit already. And I don't know. And maybe I'm looking into that part of the sentence too much, but
now in its third year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about...
Yeah, everybody hates you and everybody loves me. It's back on Trump. This is so predictable.
Not any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, a president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did not.
Oh my god, you absolute fuckwit, human F bean, right? Just because America is bad and we look to America for the fuck ups, right? Doesn't mean everybody else is good, cunt. Biped. Yeah, yeah. Not surprising. If you disagree, people look to America because America is one of the leaders of Western democracy. What are you trying to say? Hi, Fawzi. How you doing? What are you trying to say? Are you feeling a bit picked on? Am I being a little bit mean to dear old Daddy America? 'Cause I don't know what to tell you, but have you seen this debate? I don't know, am I being a bit mean to Daddy America? Is the little white woman on the internet being a little bit mean to blah 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 blah? This'll be the third time. Motherfucker, I am allowed to shit on America. Your godforsaken politics export themselves into my tiny little country on the other side of the fucking planet. Our foreign policy doesn't fucking exist without yours. I am allowed to shit on your country in the name of interesting conversation. You feeling a little bit patriotic for Daddy America? Go fucking join the fucking army then. We'll base our economy on your dollar. Fuck me. You know what? I am loving your patriotism. Get it, King. Get it. Be so proud. Be so proud of all the good that you've done. Now, when I can acknowledge, right, that there's some shit that America has done well, right? But no one's a good guy and no one's a fucking bad guy. Everyone's a bad guy. Asking for things to be better is not being mean to dear old Daddy America. Asking that the leader of your godforsaken country isn't some decrepit old white man or some convicted felon is not asking for a lot. All by itself with no help from us? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Hey chat, where are you from? Hey chat, where are you from? I just trying to see something. What people don't realize is my audience is about 30% Australian, 30% American, and 30% sprinkling of everywhere else, and then 10% God knows where. So interesting that there would be Americans here listening to me. That's so weird. It's like how listening to people's opinions from outside of your country, based on the effect your country has on my country, is almost an interesting perspective to add to the conversation. Explaining to people how American politics affects Australian politics significantly, and how I, as an ally of the US, feel as though I have every right to be critical of the way your political system works, because it directly affects the politics of this country. Anyway, if you're new here, welcome. Don't forget to follow. I'm great. I'm not that good, but I'm sometimes funny. But I'm not that funny. But you should follow anyway, because you probably won't regret it. Oh my God, actually, just sidebar, because obviously I wasn't live when Julian Assange got sent home to Australia. Kevin Rudd has put in so much work. I am of the thought that Australia has done so much shit behind the scenes in America to get Julian Assange home. Like our blind support of America and America's involvement with Israel could have, it's all quiet politics. I am convinced that there are more quiet politics going on now than maybe ever before in political history. A tier 2 for me? Does that mean I'm doubly as good as every other political creator? It does, right? Stakey, thank you for the 19 months and a sneaky tier 2. But there is more quiet politics going on now than I think ever before. And they're not obvious unless you go looking, right? Rudd has been putting in work in America, but Trump hates Rudd. Trump does not like Kevin Rudd. So if Trump gets back in, Rudd's job becomes a little more difficult overseas. It'll be very interesting. So Rudd would be fighting to get as much done now during Biden's presidency, because yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Trump loved Morrison. He'd love Dutton as well. I am concerned about a Dutton. Anyway, never mind. We'll talk about that at a later stage.
Nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned, and so he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine. Never. Just like Israel.
What?
Would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror.
Do you know what happened to the women of Iran recently? Trump? Like, oh my god, human FB, I'm just gonna ban you. I literally can't handle it. I literally can't handle it. I'm sure you're a good person, but you constantly being unable to take it on the chin when people are like, hey, America, you're so annoying. You are, just to give you an idea, you are the America of my Twitch chat. And I'm sorry. I just had to ban you because, you know, many people were saying that you were just really annoying. Yeah, but I banned you because you're annoying, just so you know. For no other reason. You're banned because you're annoying.
At all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish. Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I never
come back
said
to you
that.
for 1 minute, I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine?
Acceptable. No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, and by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas.
Do we think that Putin stops at Ukraine? nobody doesn't want all of Europe. I agree. But I do think that, like, there are other countries extremely vulnerable. If a country isn't part of NATO and is along that border, it is absolutely vulnerable. Don't think he even wants Ukraine. He wants parts of Ukraine. The soil in Ukraine is extremely fertile. Ukraine has access to oil. And I mean, the reason he was so invested in Crimea in the first place is because of the access to the sea. He wants Ukraine. He wants at least part of Ukraine. He wants access to the sea because it firms up Russia's ability to trade in and farm in a world where climate change is so. I think you remember me saying a while ago, there are decisions that are being made politically that only make sense if 1.5 degrees was inevitable. We've hit 1.5 degrees. It was inevitable. And the predictions are so far beyond that. So the decisions that are being made in political light now are all decisions that are being made for an incredibly unstable planet. That's why we're seeing a rise in nationalism, shoring up like in-country manufacturing. Like you'll see a focus on even like defense forces are doing all sorts of marketing campaigns because you're seeing
a full-blown house deposit. So
Critter, thank you for the 63 months. It's a new game. It's not that it's a new game, but just the decisions only make sense if you know that we are headed for a changing climate, a violent climate. I don't think Putin is insane. I wouldn't say Putin is insane. I would say he's a very bad man. With a very specific view for his country, and he is willing to do whatever it takes to maintain power. To get to the top of politics, you have to have a level of sociopathy that most of us can only probably comprehend. Like most of us can't comprehend. I agree, Vox. Well, that's what I try and do, right? So I look at decisions that are made by Kevin Rudd. Right? There's a lot of bullshit that goes on, but I don't think Kevin Rudd. I think Kevin Rudd is a smart and a good politician. Has he done some shit fuckery? Absolutely. But I try and look at the decisions that are made by these people and what the inputs would need to be for those decisions to make sense. And I try and give that same, and not to justify the decisions of horrific politicians. But I have been trying to do the same thing with Penny Wong. Because Penny Wong has made some very unfortunate decisions historically. And, you know, so disappointing regarding Israel-Palestine. But I go back and I have spent so much time trying to assess the inputs that are required for the decisions that they're making to make sense. Most of the time in Australia, you can basically be like, we have to suck America's dick. All it was, we are vulnerable to China in every single way. And if the climate is going the way that it's going, vulnerability to China without any sort of backup from allies like Five Eyes and America and stuff like that, they're just trying to balance it. Could you explain what you mean by inputs? You've used the term before. Okay, so I don't know how to describe. I'm not that smart, okay, guys? So just hear me out. But when you make a decision, right, you consider a lot of different things that come into the decision and a lot of potential outcomes of the decision. So when you are making a specific decision, you think of all of the inputs that go in and the considerations that you are using to make that decision. Whether or not climate change is inevitable, whether or not there's so many. I can't even name them all because I'm not that good at international politics. I'm not sitting here saying that I am an expert on geopolitical interactions. I'm just not. You mean a cost-benefit analysis? No, I don't, because a cost-benefit analysis is just like one of those corporate things that you're doing where you're like, here's my little pro list and here's my little con list and here's my little whatever. It's my little thing. Just discovered your channel. I'm here for the accent, not your opinion on geopolitical interactions. Oh. Can I have money anyway? Or no? But sometimes the reason I call it inputs, okay, let me just let me explain why I call it inputs, at least in my language. It's because sometimes being a person viewing the news or observing politics, you don't get... Daddy!
Doty_90 gifted a tier 1 sub to Excel 421. They have given 75 gift subs in the channel.
Dottie, thank you for the gifted sub. That's so nice. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's put this into a 2x2 matrix and iterate on it, all right? We'll just do some iterating. No, okay, so when you are viewing politics from the news, or just like me, where you're watching it happen, right? You're not getting a lot of the reasoning behind decisions. Especially those high level decisions that are made by governments, you don't get given the reasoning. All you get is the decision. And then you look at it and you go, well, that seems fucked. What the fuck? That seems pretty bullshit. Maybe could we do a little better? And so then most of the time, if I feel that way, I take a step back and I'm like, okay, what has to make sense behind that decision for that decision to make sense? For example, I think Australia's view on Israel-Palestine is one, because Australia doesn't have a leg to stand on when it comes to standing up to America. If America and America's support of Israel is absolute, because Israel is the only foothold that Western democracy has in the Middle East. And while I think it is entirely fucked what America and Australia have been a part of regarding what is going on over there, the reasoning behind it is absolutely, it's tactical. It's tactical on a geopolitical scale more than anything. The USA isn't going to abandon Australia if they disagree on Israel. That's a wild theory. I disagree. I disagree so much. Australia just wouldn't do it. You don't just go up against the US and be like, I don't think so.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Vote Biden.
The US can punish Australia in other more subtle ways. The US can absolutely, I mean, Australia doesn't have a choice because without the US, we are incredibly vulnerable. I don't know what to tell you. Australia is never going to give up the alliance that they have with America. It's not a thing that's going to happen. Vulnerable to who? To China. To China, to anyone. To China, who they rely on for money. Australian politics is extremely complicated in that we are incredibly geographically very close to China and politically aligned with America. Our population is 20-something million to the 330 million of America, or the 200 million of Indonesia. Why would the USA give up their influence in the region because an ally in the region disagrees with a policy in another region? Doesn't make any sense. If China is that big of a threat, the USA isn't going to let them have that region for nothing. Ooh, I understand why you think that, but politics is not regional anymore. It's global. Everything exists on such a global scale that what happens in a specific region has consequences across the planet. I'm not saying China is going to invade. My God, you guys. My fucking God. It's like you think I know nothing. During the pandemic, right? Australia stood behind America and called for an investigation into how the virus occurred in China. Now, at the time, we had a lovely little lad called Scott Morrison as our Prime Minister. And that man, shirt fronted, which is like when you go like this, to China, and we're like, we're doing a whole investigation into blah, 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 blah. You want to know what China went and did? Sanctions. Sanctions on some of our most profitable industries. And it was an incredibly difficult time for a lot of those industries. And if you think that if you think that those things can't happen on a scale that directly impacts the economies everywhere, you're an idiot. Well, not our most profitable. It was annoying. What was it? It was barley. It was meat. Was it wine? I'm pretty sure our wine industry got absolutely fucking decimated. Barley, wine, lobster. There's some shit that floats around in my brain, okay? I'm not super good at explaining things with... I don't know. I feel like I explain things with enough detail. If you want more, go fucking read. Read a book. Stop getting your news from a pretty white woman on the internet and read a book. But all this is evidence of is that the US will pressure Australia into its own economic disaster. Correct, but Australia doesn't have a choice. Australia is going to choose the democratic principles, even though they are barely existent, of America before they are ever going to choose. Like, I don't think... To explain the racism that exists towards China in Australia, and politically especially, all you have to do is look at the protests that happened when the Chinese ambassador came here recently. All you have to do is look at the protests. It is a lot of racism. It is a lot of anti-China rhetoric. The return of Julian Assange was like good boy points for the prosecution of McBride and supporting Israel. Glack, that is exactly what I am saying. The quiet politics that are going on behind the scenes at the moment between the powers that be are big. And that's not in a conspiratorial way. That is government to government. And this, when I say that Australia is vulnerable to China, I'm not saying that's because Australia is the good guys and China and Russia are the bad guys. Everyone's bad guys, guys. I don't know what to tell you. Capitalism is bad. People are pulling shady shit all over the place. How does this change when we achieve a Labour Greens minority government? I don't know. If we have a Labour Greens minority government while Trump's in power? Ooh. Albanese got China to be a visa exemption country, which is amazing. Yes. It is very good. Trump isn't interested in anything but America, really. And what happens is when one country engages in extremely populist, nationalist government, all the other countries are like, oh, fuck, shit, we better do the same thing. When one country starts shoring up borders, guess what all the other countries do? The same thing. The swing towards the right is significant across the globe. And it's because everybody is scared of the instability that is brought about by climate change, that is brought about by late-stage capitalism.
attacked Israel.
Back to the debate.
Killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. Which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas, number one. They're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them.
Yeah, because Israel hasn't killed a lot of innocent people already. Definitely not.
And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved
agree,
Israel.
Sio.
We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in
It's just the establishment for you. But I agree.
the world. And so there are 2 different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for...
You do realize that when you commit a genocide, though, any child, like, the reason they're killing so many children is because any child that survives is absolutely just going to be like, you know what I'll do? Start Hamas too. Like, you don't, like... The Palestinians were forced into the agreement. Like, yes, Palestinians voted for Hamas, but do you know how many people were able to vote? Do you know the ages of people that were voting? Do you know how many options they fucking had? None. It's just so fucked.
what using certain weapons among population centers.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion, or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like
That's
I
what
did
I
with
mean,
NATO?
feed
I got
me.
them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any. They were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all. You got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one that wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
What? 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 That's right, chat. Biden is being hammered for not supporting Israel enough. Yeah, Biden just not letting Israel finish the job because he's a weak Palestinian. That's insane. No, I mean, finishing the job means literal genocide. That's a completed genocide. That's...
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. Are you going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I'm just a little cheeky. I'm just a little cheeky boy. I might pull out of NATO, I might not. I'm a cheeky boy. I'm just a cheeky boy. What do you mean I might pull out of NATO if I want to? I could do what I want. I'm not even in jail, bitches. Stop it.
The idea that we have, our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war.
Soon 219 gifted a tier 1 sub to Guppy Sharkid. They have given 215 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you for gifting Guppy. Guppy is a long-time chatter, and I'm very grateful.
In Europe, what happens if, in fact, you have...
We're still going.
Soon 219 gifted a tier 1 sub to JFME81. They have given 216 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you so much for another gifted sub.
Continue to go into NATO. We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this was this.
Soon 219 gifted a tier 1 sub to Clark Eask. They have given 217 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you for gifting Clark here as well. Oh!
Soon 219 gifted a tier 1 sub to Azriel_B. They have given 218 gift subs in the channel.
Soon, that's extremely generous. Thank you so much for gifting a lot of the regular chatters in here. I'm very grateful. Oh, we're still
Soon
going.
219
What?
gifted a tier 1 sub to Casual
Slay!
Cupcake_.
Thank you so much.
They have given 219 gift subs in the channel.
Happy Friday to you too. I'm not even halfway through this debate and I'm already mentally unstable, so very, very, very grateful. Thank you so much. Trump requires a big power nap. I would say that Biden is more requiring a nap right now. Wondering if I burnt my hair. It feels funny. Oh no, it's the new hairspray I bought, I think. Daddy!
Doty_90 gifted a tier 1 sub to Kairos_Rev_.
Oh, you missed a little
they
bit,
have given
tiny,
76 gift subs in the channel.
Nothing I'm sure that won't be covered again in the second half of this godforsaken debate. Just joined. Are we pro-Biden or pro-Trump here? Do we have to be pro either of them? Can I not? Can I beg and plead and just wish that it was anyone else? At least T-Dog is funnier. I mean, that almost suits my absurdist approach to life at the moment. They're both funny. They both suck. I'm gonna go get my little drink because I'm thirsty. I'm Australian, so allied to you US idiots. What do you think I am? I don't want to be an American idiot. Do you like that, chat? You're welcome. I do have Australian in my tags, don't I? Or do I not? Oh, fuck. Can we... I should definitely have that. Sorry. I didn't realize I didn't have that. You have cooking and Dota 2? Cooking by Australian Yeah, I've left Dota in. I still play Dota.
This kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up,
Brian,
would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that.
what does this have to do with Palestine?
But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question, would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time? And I said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few.
Dodge, 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 dodge.
On January 6th, we were energy.
This man got 3 talking points. Immigrants. Strong economy. Biden failures. That's all.
Independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On
This
January
is such a
6th, we
dodge.
were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see, I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it, too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged.
That's right. That's right, everybody. Nancy Pelosi. An absolutely dodgy bitch. But I'm not sure if we can blame January 6th on her. There's a lot we can blame on Nancy Pelosi. Like, you don't have to go digging that far. That's a very good dodge. That's a dodge that'll work for his base. I don't like it.
Those folks who go up on Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in that dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours. 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says
the moderators aren't moderators. I don't know what to tell you. The moderators aren't moderating. The moderators are literally just reading questions. These moderators aren't moderators. Not an ounce of moderation has been done. And I know. I have moderators.
He wants to commute their sentences and say that no. He went to every single court in the nation.
Half deck, you and half the world. That's why we're watching it.
Scores of cases, including the Supreme Court. And they said, no, this guy is responsible for.
Thanks for the coverage, Pix. Good to see bits I missed today and relish the fact that other people this is as insane as I do. Early night though, 3 a.m. drive. Thank you for the 100 bits and you're welcome for the coverage. I'm glad someone's enjoying it. It ain't me.
Doing what was done. He did do a damn thing. And these people.
Excel, thank you so much for telling me who Nancy Pelosi is. Thank you so much. And yes, that is part of the story, but she is not responsible for January 6th. It's an incredible dodge by Trump, but thank you so much. Thank you so much for telling me who Nancy Pelosi is, because I'm just a dumb girl on the internet. So thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really, 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 really grateful.
Should be in jail, and they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people when they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities. You go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that. They saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off.
Yes, Dottie, you do.
Patriotic. One other thing. The Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is,
Nancy Pelosi is Speaker of the House, which gives her Sergeant of Arms duties on Jan 6, 2021. Yes, she can request National Guard troops. She declined.
Cam, you're so fucking fired. You're so annoying. Chat, next, I'm going to need somebody to tell me. Actually, do you know what, guys? I forgot. How about you guys just tell me everything from now on? I'm just a silly girl, and you can tell me everything. That's right. You can tell me. I don't even sit here claiming to know that much stuff. But gosh, I would know everything if the men taught me. You get to mansplain with $5. I'm not reading it for free though. You mean we get... You do. You do. Twitch is an American video live streaming service that focuses on video game live streaming. Did you actually just send me the Wikipedia link to Nancy Pelosi? I hate you, chat. I hate you. I hate you guys. I hate you so much. I hate you. I hate Dottie. I thought you were a good chatter, and now you have to go in the bad chatter pile. Pixel needs to pee.
Ah, for crying out loud!
Permission to mansplain. Okay, here goes. Wait, what's that rational brain? Sarcasm? It's a trap? It's a trap.
It's not a trap. Oh, please mansplain to me, chat. At the risk, 19 months of the privilege of mansplaining things to me. I would never trap anybody into mansplaining. I unironically, hold on.
However, the actual person to order the DC National Guard into action was the Undersecretary of the Army, a political appointee at Pentagon that had already received instructions not to do so by Trump.
However, the actual person to order the DC National Guard into action was the Undersecretary of the Army, a political appointee at Pentagon that had already received instructions not to do so by Trump.
Doty_90 gifted a tier 1 sub to Mansplainin. They have given 77 gift subs in the channel.
I agree, Ballistic Wombat. Dottie, thank you for gifting mansplaining. Okay, you guys, I actually don't mind mansplaining when it's something I don't know about. But when it's something like super obvious, like who Nancy Pelosi is, well then it's a...
Hi, what piles of chatters are there and what pile am I in?
Cam, you're in the bad pile. You're in the pile with Louis. You're new, so I still don't really, you're relatively new, but you're in the pile with Louis. Like, in my head, you're an annoying twink.
So,
since we're apparently practicing abortions with no age limit, can we get Trump an appointment?
Oh, not one of
Sky
those
Hattie.
not one of those post-birth abortions that I've been hearing about. Not one of those. Not one of those. Dear God, stop it. I did just get my washing out of the dryer as well, so I'm going to sit here and watch the debate and pair my socks because I've been sick for a week and nothing has gotten done. And so now I have to multitask, but that should also display to you, chat, that I'm just a really good woman deserving of support on the internet. Do you know what I mean? You only want splainings from women and you subscribe to my channel, checks out. I don't know what you mean. You just removed the cooking tag. That's because only, only deserving men looking for education from a woman, deserve to find me folding laundry, It's the blessings that happen when you least expect them, Where's the laundry tag? True. That's not very trad of you. What do you mean? It's very trad of me.
You know why it's not called womansplaining?
Why?
Because we already had a word for it, education.
That's so true. Oh my God. You're so right, Dottie.
What is stroganoff sauce made of? The original sauce has been modified as it has traveled the world. Some have added wine and a variety of seasonings, but the base of a good stroganoff sauce is simple: broth, whipping cream, sour cream, mustard.
For those of you who might be new to my content, or might have just missed that little piece of lore, there was a man who came into my stream, and he lived here for a little while, and then he broke up with his girlfriend because she did not bring him stroganoff in bed. She just didn't bring him the stroganoff he needed. The most heinous of crimes. Yep. Beef! Beef! Axel. Do you want to know why I washed this skirt? Isn't it pretty? I hadn't worn it and it needs to be ironed, but it had gotten so crinkly that it would be difficult to iron. No, it won't be too crinkly to iron. Does irony translate? I don't know. Most of my stream is ironic. I can't even get a sandwich. How do I level up to requesting stroganoff? I don't know. You'd have to talk to old mate. Like, I don't know. Cook your own stroganoff, then have someone reheat it for you. Like, stroganoff's just not good enough to be the thing that you want somebody to bring you in bed. Like, it's good, but like, it's not that good. Like, it's just not. You find the clitoris? I swear to God. Take that back. Okay. I had an ex-boyfriend who cooked stroganoff for me once. I've never told this story before, so let me add some lore to this. I had an ex-boyfriend that cooked me stroganoff once. And because I was young and impressionable as fuck, I literally thought it was the best thing. I was just impressed that he was cooking at all. So, there's the law. And I don't think it was that good. In fact, I'm pretty sure it curdled. But I was very easy to please back then. Now, not so much. Now it must be perfect or you go in the bin? Yeah. I mean, the stroganoff doesn't go in the bin. The man goes in the bin. Obviously. Did this boyfriend have a turtleneck? You mean like my turtlenecks? No, I don't think he wore turtlenecks. I fed my girl French toast with maple syrup and ice cream in bed and she cried. Man, people really just like want to be looked after just occasionally. Like, it just would be nice. It's like someone said to me today, I just drove my friend home and someone said to me today, they were just like, you do really well for yourself. You know that, right? And I nearly burst into tears because it's like, you know, when someone acknowledges that you do okay and then it's like,
Bye!
Live Laugh Louis gifted a tier 1 sub to Wena Lipim.
Louis, yeah, when will it be any of us? But like, you know, when someone acknowledges or like sees the hard work or like how difficult it's been and then someone says it out loud and you're like, oh no. Oh no, now I have to cry. I didn't cry because I'm a really strong, independent woman with no emotions. But I was close to crying. But I didn't. At work, it's fake kindness. Oh, yeah, at work, no. If it's somebody with an agenda, that's different. Wow, I just drove that. I drove that friend home. She was house sitting for one of our other friends. Because why? Because politics is fucked and all you have is community. And that's my version of praxis. It's nothing super major. It's not me giving thousands of dollars to a political candidate, because I don't have it. But if I did, I would. Maybe I'd even be, honestly, if I was really rich, I would just be a political candidate. I'd be so valid. I definitely couldn't get cancelled from the significant amount of questionable clips I have on the internet. Look, chat, you get to see 2 of my turtlenecks in one.
I have to go for a walk now. Although I would share this very important info. Have fun with the 2 old guys.
No, you shared very good, important info. The fact that Trump had already blocked or said not to come. Interesting, considering he was president at the time. You know. But do you know what? You know what? It's kind of valid. Because even when you are president of the United States, it is your God-given man right to be able to blame a woman for something.
Ah, for crying out loud.
Just
If
pick
someone's
one.
preferred poggies is miss, are they at risk of being misgendered?
If someone's preferred pronoun is miss, are they... That's so important. That's such an important thought. I don't think miss can be a pronoun though, is it? I think it's an honorific. Pronoun get got by the filter. I actually don't know. I don't know. That's weird, right? Look, guys, it's my very expensive piece of Taylor Swift merch that I love with my whole heart. I love you. I'm really, really normal. Oh no. Chat, my tights are still wet. They got bunched. Oh no. Oh god. Ew. Ew. This is Ben Shapiro's worst nightmare. Sorry. Oh no, there's a sock in there. Oh, it's even worse. At least I hope it's a sock. Is it a sock? Fuck. It's a sock. I'll have to go back in the dryer. Do you dance anymore? If we hit goals, I dance. So what's that? 30-something subs or something dollars? I don't know. I'm not very good at math. I'm great at folding clothes, though. I have my priorities straight. I thought Ben's worst nightmare is being forced to watch Bridgerton new season with his wife. How can that be his worst nightmare? Look, the new season of Bridgerton wasn't that good, you guys. It really wasn't. It was kind of sad. Like, for real, not that good. And it was just, it could have been so good. But then it just wasn't. And it was disappointing. And, you know, Excuse me while I just go spin these socks around one more time. Because you spin my socks right round, right round. When the socks go round, when the socks go round, round. I haven't started watching the new season of House of the Dragon yet either. I'm waiting for a couple episodes.
What he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a
Why not let him denounce it, you absolute fuckwit?
jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month,
Moderator fail.
you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor, having to do with the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir.
This man's ability
well, you want to respond? Go ahead.
to deny.
The idea.
This man's ability to deny absolutely any wrongdoing is outrageous. I do not like, this man can just deny everything. I really think it should be my new process. Like, I should just not ever admit to anything. Like, even if there are clips of me, just deny. And deny. Perfect.
That I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three.
Yeah, and honestly, AI was actually invented before I even started streaming. It's all deep fakes.
The crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties.
Go get some sleep.
Millions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things. of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant. I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Okay. All right. If the rest of the debate hadn't have gone so badly, that was kind of a bit of a zinger. It was kind of a zinger. All right, Joe. Okay. Yeah, you get down and dirty. You getting, when they go low, you go low. Damn. Okay. Oh, God. I'm fighting for my life here.
Give your minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people. And
honestly, Jesus fucking Christ, how do you say this shit with a straight face? Guys, I have a new approach to politics in 2024, and I do think we all just... I would never encourage... Never mind. Anyway.
And both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of...
Wow, that's so sexy, Donald. Congratulations.
Any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam, and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
I actually do think they are. I think that there are a lot of Americans who think they want a libertarian dream. I think a lot of Americans want guns and an old-fashioned rule of law like the good old days. I think there are a lot of people voting for Trump who kind of want that. Not everyone voting for Trump, but...
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you heard any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again. Until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people? The ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones," he said, "I think they're fine people on both sides." What American president would ever say? Nazis coming out of fields, carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas, were fine people. And this is the guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on that. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency is, without question, the worst president, the worst
Oh, he's such a bully. Oh, God.
presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every anchor
Charlottesville is not made up. What the actual fuck, you psycho.
every reasonable actor has debunked it. And just the other day it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run.
This is scary because it works, right? Like, this is how you rewrite history. And it just takes so much mental energy to fact check this stuff. This is why this sort of gaslighting works, and it works in a political sense. People can be very good at doing this.
Because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden?
And debunked. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated.
Yeah, it's the
We saw it
Charlottesville
online.
story.
We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
Oh, guys, this is intermission. It's intermission, and I'm not even fast forwarding through it because I need it. I have a little drink. It's got aloe vera in it. It's so brutal to listen to because it's so dumb. I think that's the hardest thing about American political debates is that they gaslight you into second guessing your entire experience of the world. I think that's the hardest thing. Foy, they both lie, sure. But Trump knowing what's happening doesn't really make up for the fact that a Trump presidency results in fascist white supremacy. I can understand why someone would vote for Trump over Biden. I can. He's far more charismatic, and
I love people who roll on in and realize
boisterous in the way that he presents himself. And to a lot of people, that is an appealing personality. Real Rad Home, thank you for the raid. I hope you are doing well. Welcome, welcome. Well, both options are different flavors of fascist white supremacy, and I also agree with that. I think at the end of the day, the people that are losing here are women and minorities no matter what. There is no option. So Fresh Brew, I do think that Trump knows what's happening. It's just every single policy he makes is nationalist, populist, America first, fuck you, I'm powerful, you have to listen to me lens. Oh, that's so fun, Real Radhom. Good for you. Do you care about the US result as an Aussie? We got healthcare, disability payments, unemployment, some more tax, our work pay. I like Aussies be looked after. Fuck US system. You're an Aussie, right? I am an Aussie. The reason that in Australia we actually talk about American politics quite a bit because a lot of it filters out here, believe it or not. A lot of American politics filter their way into Australian political discourse. And so, yeah. If the USA goes fascist, it won't be fun for us. The USA is already fascist. It's scary. Whoever wins this election, it's scary either way. It's scary either way. But I don't know. My absurdist approach to politics these days is I am out. I am loving my friends. Politics, I don't really care about anymore. I will cover them and I will do my best to keep myself educated and I will do what I can, but it's gone too far for me. Especially watching online discourse, I have gotten to the point where my perspective, I don't care anymore. I can't. It's too broken. The discourse is too broken. So the only way you can affect real change is through your community. I mean, to be fair on myself, I do think I have affected real change through this community, but not everybody has access to a platform like this. And I don't think I've affected community on any sort of grand scale. Like, I'm not getting everybody out here. Like, do you know what I mean? We haven't started some sort of revolution or anything like that. But I do think that I have made people's days better. I think I have helped people consume the news. I think I have provided a space for people to learn and grow without fear in a lot of cases. So, you know, that's a privilege for me, but I just don't, I don't care about politics anymore. I just don't. It's still nominally a neoliberal corporate democracy. Full-blown fascism will be much worse. I do think it'll be worse. But I'm not sure if it's an inevitable outcome of late-stage capitalism. The US is an anti-Christian nation? No, it's not. Are you fucking kidding me? In what way does it follow the teachings of Christ? Well, I'm not saying it follows the teaching of Christ. I don't know if any nation does. But there's a lot of people in America who claim to be following the teachings of Christ, my friend. A lot of them, actually.
Welcome back to the CNN presidential debate live from Georgia. Let's talk about persistent challenges.
Oh, I'm sorry. Which one? Which Jesus is the real Jesus, according to you? Is it the Christian Science one? Because I get confused, right? Because there's just so many versions of Jesus that you're going to have to clarify which one. Like, which one? Pastors of hate are in direct opposition to Christ. For surezies. But which one is the real Christ? Like which pastors of non-hate? Which one do we like? You make this shit so much more palatable. I know. That's why it's been my job for the last 7 years. I'm delightful. What can I say? The one who taught of love and acceptance. Yeah, but which one is that? I'm sorry, Silo. The one who sheltered and fed the least of society. Oh, I'm tired. Hold on a minute. What have I missed here? What are you saying against these topics? You're met with hatred and violence? What? My dog's sooking because we haven't cuddled yet. I think this next part of the debate I'm going to have to hold it. Girl. Alright, hold on. Let me get comfy. Jesus. I like to picture Jesus as a figure skater. That's cute. I'm just saying Trump is trying to come up with a solution to the problems, but America isn't ready to face the hard facts that they are in trouble. Trump is a symptom of the problems that you face in America. His solution is not a solution. His solution is chaos. Oh, okay, so he hasn't done anything good for America. No. No, I don't think that any policy that Trump has brought in that you're trying to say is good for America. Are you about to go on some economic rant? Because if we're going to have that conversation, I can have that conversation, but putting 3 conservative Supreme Court justices in the court, having them overturn Roe v. Wade, talking about beautiful, clean coal, his entire rhetoric throughout the pandemic caused so many people to die. And that's just to name a few. That he is the worst president that will be remembered in American history, and you've had some fucking doozies. I'm not saying Joe Biden's any better, by the way. I am not saying Joe Biden's any better. And Trump's legacy will have been stoking division in America. The dog whistles to white supremacists. I don't know who you are, but the way he talks about immigrants, the way he's nearly overturned your democracy. I'd pick neither. I don't think I'd pick either. But if I honestly, I would probably still pick Biden, knowing that the reality is that the team around Biden are the team around Biden rather than like actual psychopathic white supremacists. You're really just talking to yourself now, Evil Nala. All the best. You don't need to preach in here. America is doing great with Biden. I mean, America isn't doing great, but America wasn't doing great with Trump either. It's a terrible choice by the Dems to have Biden run again. I think they're just hoping that Biden's name and history gets him across the line in those couple of swing states where he does particularly well in the South, like South Carolina. I think that's what makes them nervous to try someone new because there's no name recognition and they don't want to spend the money to run someone new. And I do think it's extremely dangerous. They didn't actually nominate him yet. PBS made sure to stress that after this debate. Yeah, well, it could be very interesting. You know, I don't like Biden, but the idea that you said Biden was the death of America is absolutely unhinged. And honestly, I can't be bothered dealing with your shit, so I'm just going to ban you for 24 hours. You can maybe come back and be like a little bit normal, but I don't want to deal with your shit. I'm sorry. Bye. There's been rumors in the last few hours about them trying to get Hillary Clinton to run. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. Oh my God, that would make my job so fun and so fucked. But there's no fucking way. Oh, peace out too. This is whacked. Okay. Oh no, that's so disappointing for me. The issue is they haven't done anything early enough. We are in July. We are moving into July. The election is in November. What kind of campaign do they think that they're going to run? I think Biden is smart enough to be doing things other than just being a face. I don't think he is a great public speaker. I think he is old, but I think he has been in the establishment a very long time to know some decent in and outs that somebody who hadn't been within the establishment for a long time wouldn't know. That being said, I'm not giving him credit. I'm not a Biden fan. At all. Michelle Obama, final offer. Again, I think that I think America is too racist to elect a black woman. I don't even know if you'd get a white woman across the line. I think they should nominate a man. I don't know what to tell you. I wish it was different for women right now, and I love equality. You know, that equality that we have that's really there and all sorted out because we have the same rights and everything. There's no way. I just don't know. I just don't think a woman is getting across the line. So, hold on. I'm just trying to get more comfortable. Is that okay? Thank you. Because my back hurts. But I love you more than I love my vertebrae. Is that okay? My guess is that Gavin Newsom is the backup plan. Probably. I just don't think memes are going to cut it at this point. Okay. Oh, thanks, Sensitive Joy. That's a very nice thing to say. Oh, baby, you okay? If they do a coup on Biden, Kamala Harris would be president. I don't think Kamala Harris can win. Oh, no. I don't think she can win. I don't think she can win. Sorry, baby, are you okay? All right, part 2. Jesus Christ. Hey!
Doty_90 gifted a tier 1 sub to Sensitive Joy.
Daddy.
They have given 78 gift subs in the channel.
That's so nice of you. Thank you for gifting Sensitive Joy. That is very nice. Enjoy your emotes, Sensitive Joy.
Both faced in your first terms, and you'd certainly face again in a second term. President Biden, while black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, black families still earned far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans.
Hold on. What do you want? Do you need to go outside? Jeez, my dog is grumpy and I don't know why. I've just got to figure it out. Come on. She was out of dry food in her bowl, so I just gave her a little bit more. Do you think we could get Klobuchar back? No. And I don't think that's the answer either.
What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three, we're trying to provide housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that, we find that
Game Machine
impact on the choice that black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce black child care costs, cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for child care costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
That's not the worst answer. He's given worst answers tonight.
49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any black family, first-time home buyer, should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those black families and those black individuals.
I don't think this man is directly negotiating with Netanyahu. I feel like it's happening through delegates. I don't want to take away from his ability to fuck over Palestinians. But I don't know.
Who provided, had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest is forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation.
This is bullshit, okay? This is bullshit, and it happens every election cycle, and it is one of my most doomer takes, and it is that the voting public is so apathetic and so disengaged from the way economic policy plays out when it is actually implemented. The inflation that we are experiencing now is because of a lot of things, but it has nothing to do with the governments that are in power right now. The governments that are in power right now were dealt a shitty hand post-COVID. There was no saving it. Like, there are certain industries, there are certain policies that were put in place. Australia did kind of well because Victoria decimated their fucking economy, so the rest of the country could continue on. But none of the solutions stopped inflation. Cost of living in Australia right now, fucked. Absolutely fucked. And it is fucked globally, but it is not, you can't be like, it's Biden that caused the inflation. Like, in Trump's first term, the reason the economy was so strong is because the policies that had been implemented before he got into office were doing their fucking job. It takes time. You don't just implement a policy and then the economy changes. But you are able to get into office, and you are able to fucking spin rhetoric until everybody believes that is the case. And because the voting public is so fickle, they believe it. This is what happens with 3 to 4 year voting cycles, and it's driving me insane.
And he's right, it's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living.
Motherfucker, while you were trying to implement COVID policy, you gave people money that just went back to the banks and back to Wall Street in an absolute little round thing. Nobody actually got any tangible aid from you. I literally, it's so frustrating.
Anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New Scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now.
And we're back to the talking point. That is the evil immigrants, bitches.
It could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
There was no inflation.
By the way, that last sentence is so psychologically manipulative. Because it is preying on fear. And fear and to say to somebody like, the worst is yet to come. The worst is yet to come, but you haven't seen it yet, is very psychologically for a certain subset of people. Like, it would be what's the word I'm looking for? Persuasive.
When I became president, you know why? The economy was flat on its back. 15% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, the ACA has increased. I made
exactly,
sure that
Excel.
$8,000 per person in a family to get written.
Foy, this is the distinction that I make, right? When you are progressive, right, which I am, it's a difficult path because conservative rhetoric is simple. Progressive rhetoric relies on a few different things, where conservative rhetoric is circled around fear. And I would say that even Biden is a conservative, right? Not a progressive. So a lot of his rhetoric is still based around fear. That's not the point. Progressive rhetoric is circled around hope and improvement and change and things getting better. But hope is not, it does not evoke as a visceral response as fear does. And that is why fear is such an incredible tactic to use in politics, because it evokes a far sharper response in the voting public. But also conservative rhetoric to people, it's like crack. Give me a problem, I'll tell you how to fix it. I'm not going to acknowledge any of the difficulties, any of the policy difficulties that come with implementing I don't have to acknowledge any of that. All I have to say is, do you have a problem? Let me answer that for you. Immigrants. Or do you have another problem? Let me answer that for you. It's actually women. It's the women killing the babies. I'm gay. How to fix? Oh, that's so easy. Just go to conversion therapy. Conservatives will tell you that they have a solution to every problem you have, but those solutions aren't real. Because nothing is that simple.
No, for healthcare. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again. And they're going to try again if they win. You find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing any, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on. But in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the
Oh, for fuck's sake, Jesus Christ.
police.
No, there are rising sea levels. Do you need me to bring up a couple of articles? Just go into my Discord if you want, where I cover news articles near daily, not for the last month because I've been really sick. But there is actually data, sea level rise. We've already hit 1.5 degrees. Rising sea levels are a very real thing. And if you disagree with that, it's because you are actively ignoring some of the science. The very real science. You can call me dumb all you want, but I literally read this shit every day. How much has the sea risen? Tasty, are you around, by the way? You know that article where the graph is talking about the sea level rise and the changing of the currents? I thought you read this. Yes, I'm just getting one of my moderators to get you the fucking article, cunt. Do you think we're done here, chat? You have one sentence. You have one sentence to beg for your life in this chat or I'm banning you. One sentence. One sentence. Oh, why do I have to wait so long? This is bullshit. I won't say something that will maybe make you mad, but I hope it's good content for you to defend your points because you do make good points. Chat, can we fix this one? Or probably not, right? Fixable? Not fixable. Chat, the last troll. I've got to tell you because it's actually so funny. The last troll I tried to fix basically professed their love for me. So I just don't know if I want to do it again. They were like, if I wasn't a conservative, you'd basically be everything I'd be looking for in a woman. And then I banned him. No, this wasn't the Stroganoff guy. One day I'll name the guy. You'll know the guy. You would recognize the username if you spent time in my chat. So I'd be able to. I'd be able to name and shame. I think Pixel needs to pee. You need to wheeze. What's going on? Why are you crying? I'm not sure what's going on with Pixel. She did do a wee though. No, it was never a mod. Just a chatter. Just a chatter that we tried to fix. Wait, Pixel's looking and I don't know why. Do you want to go bury a toy? Are you feeling trapped? Is that you do? Oh my god, she's actually going to bury her toy. Yes, I've given up on fixing men. I don't do it anymore. That shit's for your early 20s. I don't do that here. Yeah, I've still got a third of the debate to make it through. Hard work.
Close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group. And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name, and he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with
I really just don't know how this guy says this with a straight face when he like dog whistles to white supremacists all the time.
Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job, great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started, and you haven't seen...
And back to immigrants.
Anything yet. It's a disaster.
You've 38 seconds left. President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the...
Oh, we had the H2O. We had it. We had it. Not in Flint, but we had it.
Best numbers ever. And we were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything.
This man is trying to say bring back coal without mouthing the words.
And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my
Cunt, what? The only scientific reason that he might have had good numbers during his term is because everybody stayed home for COVID. That is the only scientific reason. If that is a fact, the only scientific reasoning is because people stayed home for COVID. No planes, that kind of thing. Definitely not through policy. Not that beautiful clean coal, okay? Not that beautiful clean coal.
My top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea that anything he said is true. I've passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges. I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black
I don't know if she needs to do a poo. I don't know if this is what's going on. I don't know. Leaving the door open for her just for a second, just to see what happens, because nothing happening quickly, but sometimes she needs to take her time. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes she's really in her masculine and needs to spend a decent amount of time thinking about shitting before actually shitting. That's very funny, Champagne. Daddy. Good morning, Adrian. Did you go? Did you go? Did you go, my little munchkin? Fucking. Actually, tell me this. Can I get my science bros in the chat just real quick? Does a split air conditioning system heater thing release CO2? Or does an oil heater release CO2? No. No. No, it's concealed. So when Pixel's barking like that, she's not trying to like tell me that we're dying because the CO2 levels in my office have gotten too high. Like, is she trying to tell me we're dying? You release CO2, so it might be that. I feel like my dog is smart enough that that's what she's telling me. Because, like, I do have to shut the door to stay warm. No, I don't fart. Well, the oil heater has, like, few little air holes on it. On the side. It's a Kogan one. You're the dog whisperer. Ask her, show me what's wrong. Time to get a CO2 monitor. Do you think we should? Maybe I should. You don't have one? No. Should I have one? We don't really I don't really have a boiler room. How is it already 11 p.m.? Oh, kill me.
Black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just don't have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water, he hadn't done a damn thing for the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Peace Accord, Climate Accord. I immediately joined it because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only exercise.
Uh-oh. King, I got some news for you. Uh-oh.
Essential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He must undo all that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing.
He's got a cold.
And India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States, and I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because
we got ours. Fuck you guys. We're staying ahead. The issue is, like, he's not wrong. Like, India and China are going to play catch up. They're going to do it. This is, this is just never back down, never lose, keep getting ahead, even if we all die in the process.
They treat us horribly. We were the only ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it, and it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the.
And we're back to the migrants. Jesus, drink every time Trump blames immigrants for everything. We'll die together.
Biggest heart on the stage, I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
The idea is that we, in fact...
Biden did the insulin thing.
We're the only ones of consequence who who are not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything if we're not able to, the United States can't get its pollution under control? One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people who will learn how to deal with climate, just like the Peace Corps. And we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
So every day, millions of Americans
That's so unfortunate. And by the way, oh God. Oh, that's just so, like, just spit it out, King. Spit it out. Oh God.
struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to,
There is no fun to be had here.
Everybody, they pay.
Never find such good goop. Albertra, 34 months and a sneaky tier 3. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful.
Millionaires pay 1%. 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent. But the biggest thing I'll do if we defeat this man, because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanted to cut Social Security and Medicare, both times. And and if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that I believe supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And on the ACA, as I said, you're in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where we talk about education for black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 toward their tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen.
Stop. Stop it right now. Stop it right now. Stop it. Stop. Stop. This man. How? My God. I hate myself. How? Oh my God.
And if he could look you in the face, about so many other things too. And we mentioned the laptop, we mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them
And we're back to the immigrants.
onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't.
This man has lied so much that he doesn't even know when he's doing it, I don't think. That's how he can honestly lie. Because he has lied so much because it's just now, it's natural. Like, it's so incredibly natural. Like, he does not even realize that he's lying. It's just, when you lie as much as Trump does, there's no fact checking. You just get away with it. No one's going to call you out on it because you just have lied about everything. It's just who you are.
To know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden?
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it, number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world, the reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said.
Biden has the charisma of a wet sock. Like, maybe back in his heyday, he used to have a little bit of it, but fuck me, it's just so dry.
That if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession, and inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child.
I've been drinking every single time Trump blames immigrants for all your problems. I'm bored already and just got here, so go suck someone's dick. Like, why tell me? You're not my problem. Go. Oh no, the little random Twitch chatter is going to leave my chat. Oh, I'm so sad. Like, for fuck's sake.
Child, for many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. They pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put them there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions?
Will, sweetie baby, Lil Will, I'm addressing you directly. Yeah, I'll address you directly. You said you were bored already. I don't care. Are you still bored? Because if you are, you can go find something else to do. Because you don't have to tell me. You don't have to express your boredom to the whole group. You can literally just leave and no one will care. Because nobody cares about you. Yet. Because nobody knows you. Meaning I expect those to give justice and haven't yet? Chat, every single Friday night, it's like this. And I don't know why I do it to myself, but I do sometimes. Sometimes I'm live on a Friday night, and every time I regret it. Every time I'm like, you know what? Probably not paid enough to be live on a Friday night. I'm just not. It's every Friday night. It is like this, and I don't know why. Yeah, they're banned.
Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's just insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We are the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America.
Oi, okay, all right, slow down, old man. Okay. I love a little bit of patriotism. Sells well with the American public. Land of the free and the home of the brave. But boy, oh boy, I'm just not so sure. But I just don't know. I'm not sure about that. But I do know that you are talking to Trump and, you got to fight fire with fire occasionally. I'm rich.
No. We're going to go back and learn how to dance.
Can you step in this onto Tasty? He feels undervalued.
I can definitely step on it to Tasty, for sure. I'll make sure it's delivered promptly, for sure. For sure. Pass got auto-modded because it's got ass in it. And we all know ass is a dirty word. So, yeah.
There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world. The finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody. Number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up. Go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians. They've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history. One through best to worst.
For crying out loud.
Land of the free. As long as you do what the Bible says in the interests of the shareholders.
And the land of the free and the home of tax cuts for big corporations. And the land of the free. market and the home of the sorry.
American history.
I'm sorry,
That's a fact.
same man.
That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with child care, he did for virtually nothing to child care.
Yeah, no, because Trump believes that childcare is getting a new wife. Trump never had to worry about childcare because he had a nanny. He was rich. And then it was just like, okay, well, suppose I'll get a new wife. And another one, maybe. How many wives are you allowed?
We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden.
Facilities.
President Trump,
We should encourage businesses to hold and to have, King. We should. To have and to hold. Small businesses forever. The only weddings anybody can afford these days.
the question was about what would you do to make childcare more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done.
Mans does not give a fuck about any of these questions.
Is so bad, and they rate me. I'll show you. I will show you. And they rate me one of the best. Okay, and if I'm
oh, the captions. Oh, captions fail. That's convicted felon. It's not a good time for that. Oh dear. Oh dearie. Oh dear.
I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians.
Yeah, you povo journalists at CNN. That's right. You're going to have to pay more tax. That's right. You povo journalists at
talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about, he's increased the tariff, he will increase the taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise the tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming into the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that we're importing. Number two, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised... He's somehow helped the middle class. The middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You have the largest deficit of any president in American history, number one. Number two, you have not, in fact...
You know what we've learned in this debate? Joe Biden can count to 3. At least twice. Because he does do number 1, number 2, and number 3. Which is a great debate little strategy here. But, you know, we do know.
made any contact, any progress with China. We are the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, President Biden.
You know, for President Biden's age, I actually think he's done all right. Like, it's not good. It's bad, right? But Mans is, like, very old. Very old. And I'm actually quite impressed. Like, I'm not getting out of bed at this age. I'm not getting out of bed at this age. Like, it's bad. Yeah, I'm barely getting out of bed at my age, and I'm not a good speaker either. I'd be a really good president, though. Like, I'd be so sexy. Why is Pixel... Oh, you just want cuddles. Oh, you're just being annoying. Oh, okay.
Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts...
Yeah, that's because the existential dread is getting to most people. Do you know what I mean? That's okay. I have the antidote to existential dread, and that's absurdism. I got you. You like my little mask I've got here? That's right, I still have masks. I wore one today, actually. Because I'm woke, and I didn't want anybody to catch my woke mind virus. It's okay. I'll talk to you like this so you can't catch my woke mind virus. Oh, I was hoping it was opium. Unironically, I can't do opioids because when my pain condition was at its peak and I was taking opioids, the pain went away completely. And then when it came back, I wanted to off myself. And that's why you will do anything to get them, because they remove your pain completely. But when you are not on opioids, the pain comes back and it is nearly impossible to deal with. So, yeah, I don't take opioids. I don't really have an addictive personality. But when in the peak of my chronic pain condition, I was like, fuck me, this is horrific. And it's just, yeah. And you need to take opioids sometimes. Opioids are very important in medical care. Like, you can barely heal a fractured leg without them because the rehab that you have to do requires significant amounts of pain. So in order to heal bones and stuff properly, or like recover from certain injuries properly, in a lot of cases you need opioids because otherwise the recovery is too painful. But anyway.
That both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian.
What are you going to do about the opioid crisis? I don't know. Call Joe Biden a Manchurian candidate? Stop. I'm dead. This is oh my God.
Candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying.
Biden's over here just having a little giggle. Stop it. Stop it. I am so unprepared for this. I am going to need to find a drug dealer. On the note of the topic, which was actually about drugs. But is currently about China, so.
Our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot, and we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only...
Stop it. This is so funny. We got the best dog, the greatest dog anyone's ever seen. And that's how we fixed the drugs. And the drugs were pouring over the border that I had fixed, by the way. Hold on a minute. Wait a second. Hold on. What? Wait a minute.
The 18 million people that I believe is even low because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers...
No, this stresses me out for the future of Australian politics. I don't think you understand. When America's fucked, we're all fucked. I don't know what to tell you. America falls, we all fall. Like, it's not looking good. It's not good.
Of the amount...
But it's okay because we have each other, and don't be too sad about it. We just have to go a little bit crazy to be able to deal with it, but I can help you with that. I'm like your crazy shaman. Shalady. I'm a crazy shalady. I got you. Not really. Sort of. I can help, but not really. But kinda. A little.
Out of drugs and human trafficking in women. Coming.
Wait, my doggy is sucking and I'm worried that she needs something. What is wrong? Do you need to do a poo? Are you actually just sucking because you want to cuddle? This is outrageous behavior by my dog. I actually think she is sucking because I've been sick for 3 days, so all we've been doing is cuddling. And I think my dog is legitimately sucking at me because we're not cuddling.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Cripes.
80 months, Mr. Marmack. You don't say. You don't say. 80 months. And during British Week at Aldi as well. Might be able to go buy some British snacks. She's probably expecting me to be done with streaming for sure. That's okay. We'll just get a little comfy here, won't we, baby? Okay, it's all right. There we go. We'll bring the microphone down here. They give me these. There we go. All right. Jesus.
Across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is...
Can I buy the dog a cuddle?
I love you, my little darling. She's been, honestly, she's been so good you guys, the last 3 days, she has been so good. I had a friend come over, Kat came over and walked her one of the days. But other than that, I wasn't even able to walk her. I was so sick. Like, I'm still not that well. I'm so fatigued. I was so sick. And she was so patient. She was so patient. And the worst thing she had to do was she had to do a shit on the balcony. And she hates doing it because it's messy. And then I cleaned it all up today, which took a lot of energy. So it's now clean and everything. But like, oh, I felt so bad. And she was so patient with me. You're such a good dog. I'm sorry I've been sick twice in a month. I'm the worst mum ever. Anyway, thanks for the $5.
Largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden.
Full-blown house
Fentanyl
deposit.
and
One ear scratch from me, please.
Here you go. Is that a nice ear scratch? Is it a nice ear scratch? Oh, it's very nice. Oh, it's very nice. Thank you for the 15 months. Oh, it's very nice. Oh, you're a good girl. I love how you guys, we just can't get through this last quarter of the fucking debate. It's a goddamn trek.
Products fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl. These big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues, said, don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically. No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, this does pertain to it. He ended Remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say there's a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter, I think a good guy, and he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that.
Hey, Trump's having a little bit of a Biden moment here. This is not making any sense. Oh, the drugs wearing off, King? Maybe you need a little bit more cocaine from Mexico, perhaps?
Reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago. But Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. Well, the whole idea of computer chips. We used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States, and guess what? Those fabs they call to build these chips. Those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us, all of our allies, and our...
Do we? Wait, do we? I wouldn't say America is the most trustworthy country in the world. This is just a little bit of patriotism thrown in here for the true blue. The true blues.
Those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc., they don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced it.
Tiny_Pusilus gifted a tier 1 sub to Drumuka. They have given 1,063 gift subs in the channel.
Tiny, thanks for gifting Drew. Get a little laugh.
Tiny_Pusilus gifted a tier 1 sub to Mozovoz.
My goodness.
They have given 1,064 gift subs in the channel.
Trump is coming across more capable than Biden, but I actually don't think it's as bad as everybody is saying. Like, it's certainly not good, but I don't, it's not as bad as everybody's saying. But, I mean, I've been saying that Trump's going to win for, like...
Tiny_Pusilus gifted a tier 1 sub to Beric.
A year?
They have given 1,065 gift subs in the channel.
Tiny, thank you for gifting Barack as well. That's so nice. Yeah, I've been saying Trump's going to win for like a year. So I've basically resigned to the fact that I think Trump is winning. But I don't think Biden's debate performance here is as bad as I was led to believe. I have watched a lot of Biden debates now, and he's not a good debater. He never has been a good debater. And look, I think the worst thing for me is that if I were an American, I would vote for Joe Biden. If the choice is between Biden and Trump, I would vote for Joe Biden, begrudgingly. And I'd be walking into the fucking voting booth being, "How is the best case scenario, Joe Biden?" Dun, 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 dun. Like, literally. But I would do it. Oh, it's a very bad debate performance. I don't know if I just don't see how they replace him and win. Yeah, you're voting for the co. I agree, Mr. Marmack. I don't know. I couldn't bring myself for it. It's so easy to forget, for people to forget how bad Trump was. And not in the ways that are obvious, but in the insidious ways. The white supremacy that was allowed to flourish, the overturning of Roe v. Wade, women's rights, LGBTQ rights, it's all fucked. And look, if America had a viable third-party option, I would, but there are just some fundamental flaws. If it gets down to voting day and those are the options, I think I don't know. I don't think I would be somebody that didn't vote. I think the guilt of that would kill me. But I do understand why progressives will not vote for Biden. His support of Israel has been horrific. His foreign policy is horrific. He is not a good president. But I don't know. I don't know. That's just where I land. Call me a lib. Call me a lib. Call me a fucking lib. I don't care. I'm a lib now.
Both of them, as you know, we made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know.
Oh, yeah, remember the thing where it's like elephant, sheet, paper, glasses. Does anybody remember that? Yeah, person, woman, man, camera, TV, elephant.
We knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way, and I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced him. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they'd never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what you're. Anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is.
Did we just? I'm sorry. No, you're actually a fatty. Biden was just like, no, actually, you're a fatty. That's what he did. He just did that. He literally, that's so funny. I'm so sorry. Body shaming, not cool. That's kind of funny.
Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. The reason I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie. He's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8. But I have, you know how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Okay, let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to
21
turn.
Let's not act like children.
You
Oh, Jesus Christ.
A specific concern that voters have about you. Will you pledge to...
The specific concern is clearly who is better at golf. Idiots. I mean, obviously.
Tonight, that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable.
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say is one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now.
Oh, stop it. You'd be in jail.
Many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make a...
He's just reverse Uno'd Biden. Yeah, because Biden said this at the beginning of the debate, where he was like, I actually ran for president because look at this fuck. And now Trump's just like, ooh, that's a good one. Let me copy that. I got that too. I got it. I can do that this time. That's me. That's right. No jail for me, because I have to come and fix everything because this guy's done a bad. They're so funny. He just copy pasted.
Make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never...
Full-blown house deposit, so...
80 months of soul freely given.
Thank you for the 80 months of soul. I feel my power growing. Maybe not all the way to President of the United States, but let's be honest though, this is the Dumb and Dumber show. I would never call Americans dumb. Some Americans are very smart. Like, the Americans in this chat are fine. I like those ones.
Never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III? Let him follow.
I want to replace every powerful man on the planet with a woman and just see what happens, just for fun. Honestly, let's mix it up a little. I reckon we could talk it out. I really do. I really think we could talk it out and we wouldn't have to go to war anymore. Like, how bad could it be? Couldn't be any worse than this. Do you know what I mean? We could have little tea parties. You know, I'd be a great female dictator. It can always be worse. No, imagine me. I would be really good. Oh, fuck Thatcher. That's right. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Okay, maybe I need to make some clarifications here.
And win and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all, and required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will...
I just came out of my year-long lurk to say, please don't let pigs become a president. That's really bitchy. That's really bitchy.
Tiny_Pusillus gifted a tier 1 sub to Dan the Dolphin Lord. They have given 1,066 gift subs in the channel.
Will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing.
Yeah, because you and Putin are best friends, you authoritarian king.
From me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia.
Yes, but what you don't know, Tasty Velociraptor, is that actually when you are Trump as an American, America actually owns the world. Didn't you know that? That's the American exceptionalism. He actually owns the world. So any land that Putin is taking is technically America's land. Because they own the world.
Because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were
President
president.
Trump, the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless?
What question? There hasn't been a single question on this fucking debate answered.
Of who wins, yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I'm
sorry, the copy-paste of what Joe Biden said at the start of the debate, being like, ooh, that's nice. Like, I just picture him as, like, one of the Simpsons characters, like, copying homework, being like, oh, yeah, that's a good one. I'm adding that into my little arsenal of, like, little tricks of the... like, it's just...
very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace.
No, yeah.
And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Well, let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate, live from Georgia.
Do you know, I'm honestly convinced that, like, being gaslit by these debates has permanently altered my brain state. I think that the only reason that I experience, like, derealization, depersonalization is because I have to witness shit like this. How is there another break? What?
It is now time for the candidates to deliver their closing statements as predetermined by a coin toss. We're going to begin with you, President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. We found ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit, number one. He's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what?
Got there in the end.
We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along, it's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credits people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like. Even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible. Choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump, President Biden.
I don't believe any of it. Like, when I say I don't care anymore, it's because all of that is just... It's just, it's bullshit. It's barely even numbers. You'll see effective change, like, from people who are participating in grassroots see effective change when someone runs for local council? I'm just pretty disenfranchised with the whole thing. But mostly I'm super disenfranchised with the way discourse online about all of this stuff goes. My only takes on any of this is absurdist. Like, I'm just laughing at it. I understand there are very real consequences to the outcome of these politics. But that's not my burden to carry anymore. It's all of our burdens to carry. But I'm not carrying it as heavily as I once was. I can't. It's not possible. It's so weird because it's hard to think about that when they're arguing about who's better at fucking golf. It just feels like it's all a game. And I know what praxis is, I know what kindness is, I know what being informed is, and it's enough. Wait, I only sub here for the understanding you were going to fix the world entirely. I might have been false advertising. Trump shouted himself. That was funny. I thought I heard something funny on the mic at that one bit. Was that a fart? I thought
a driving contest with him.
I thought I heard something on the mic. Did he actually shout? I feel like he did.
What's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on...
I mean, yeah, that clip is going to be bad. There's going to be so many bad clips of Biden out of that. Yeah. Many bad clips. How is the best case scenario? Joe Biden. Dun, 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 dun. So far, I think this one looks really bad.
I've done since I've changed the law.
Yeah, that's the one I clicked.
Asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
Yeah. Yeah, I clicked that one. Yeah, it wasn't good. It's okay. It wasn't good. It was not a good time. No fun was had by anyone. But hopefully I've now trauma bonded you to my stream and you want to give me $5. So once a month is fine. Anyway, did you like my political coverage? I'm really good at it. I don't do it all that often anymore because I'm a bit mentally unstable.
It's a full-blown house deposit, so...
I've been trauma bonded to this stream for years.
Yeah,
Thanks.
and that's because I'm really good at covering politics. It's okay. I understand. I really think the purpose of moderate strategy is to alienate progressives while bullying them into voting, not limited to the US. I completely agree. But unless progressives pull together, which is just so fucking hard for the left to do because they're always infighting about something, you need a viable third party. Like you need a charismatic leader and a viable third party. I'm blending nihilistic doomerism with absurdism, and it's a wonderful cocktail so far. This might just be cope, though. Well, I'm just going with straight absurdism. I don't have any doomerism. If the world ends, the world ends. Hooray. Honestly, the other day I read this meme and I was like, that's so real. Dance time! It is dance time! It is dance time. I've got the perfect song. I really do. I got the perfect one.
Guys, it's not a cult.
Hey!
You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they
And
just come in
5
and scare 'em off.
gifted?
It's a community, guys. Community. Keep it casual. Fuck.
There's no way I can make it down that ramp. I said, there's no way I can make it down that ramp without falling on my ass. There's no way. General, somebody grab you so fast. I don't want that. And this was a steel ramp. Really, really steep. No handrail. It was like an ice skating rink. I said, there's no way I can make it down that ramp without falling on my ass. Inch by inch, I took these little steps, but I was
Dan the
10
Dog
feet
Good Lord
short.
gifted a tier 1
I
sub to
ran
James
down the
Gosling.
left, I ran. I looked very handsome, I ran. Trending number 1. And the ramp
Well
was
have gifted a tier
probably
1
10
sub to
yards
Unionist.
long.
They have given 914 gift subs in the channel.
COVID
I think you're going to have a big surprise, a beautiful surprise, sooner than anybody would think. But the answer is...
And I don't want to get water on the tie, 'cause I've done it. It spills down, it doesn't look good for a long time. And I don't want to test all the people now. So I said to my people, slow the testing down. The ramp and the water and the test. How good was the speech? The speech has been the best. It's true, I ran.
All right. So, with that said, Linda. Hi, Linda.
I have a question for you. What do you think is your greatest accomplishment in your eyes?
The fall would be definitely bad. If I fall, the best fall anybody's ever had. There's no way I can make it down that ramp without falling on my ass. There's no way. General, somebody grab me so fast. I don't want that. Inch by inch, I took these little steps, but I was 10 feet short. I ran down the left, I ran. Down the ramp. I looked very handsome, I ran.
Sir, are you telling the American people that 2 large steps constitutes a run?
Down the ramp. I looked very handsome, I ran. Down the ramp. Trending number 1.
I think I am the perfect person.
Smoke, yo ho! Help me! I've been yelling about going down.
Can we do hairy legs too as a treat? I'm 20 subs off. When are you gonna have hairy legs? Maybe you want to do the other one? amazing performance art.
Guys, it's
I'm-
not a cult. You
I'm
can't
not
just tell
just-
everybody it's a cult
I'm-
when they
you know,
first come in. You'll scare them off.
Dinah.
Community, guys. Community. Keep it casual. Fuck.
Jesus fucking.
Guys, it's not a cult.
Oh my
You
God.
can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first come in. You'll scare 'em off. It's a community, guys. Community.
What
Keep
the
it,
fuck?
Keep it casual. Fuck.
Oh my god.
Guys, it's
There
not
you
a cult.
guys.
You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first come in. You'll scare them off. It's a community, guys. Community. Keep it.
I've just recovered from tonsillitis and you're like, dance, bitch. I'm so grateful. Thank you. I feel way less worse about taking 3 days off. Dinah, thank you for the 5 gifted. Famis, thank you for the 20. And Days Go Slow, 20 as well. Too kind. Thank you so much. And now you get this.
And it is time for a president who understands Coldplay is the best band in the world.
That's wrong.
You got that wrong. No, look,
I got hairy legs. I'm best equipped to beat Donald Trump. That's what your poll said.
Vice President Biden, why are you a better choice than your opponent?
Oh, he was so smiley.
I got hairy legs. Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. In the sun. Come rub my legs. From the morning until the day's done. Till the day's done.
We are at the end here.
I got hairy legs. Yeah, that's right. You heard what I said. You heard what I said. I got hairy legs. Yeah, man. Watch the hair come back up again. I'm the guy with the best chance to win. It's only 60 seconds, not up yet.
Well off gifted a tier 1 sub to Hairy Poggies. They have given 915 gift subs in the channel.
Yes, sir. I really was the only white guy that really knew. He said, I'll meet you outside. And I said, what am I going to do? Corn Bobby can't stop. Corn Bobby won't stop. Yeah.
That's fine, thank you.
So I want to
people
talk
are
about
dying.
who we're running against. A billionaire who calls women whores, gays, lesbians. You could release women from those agreements immediately.
Maybe they didn't like the joke I told.
Are you willing to release them? Release them.
These agreements were made.
Thank you, Anon.
I'm the only person on this stage that's got hairy legs. Seriously? Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun.
We got other issues we're trying to get
Here's
to.
the last point I want. I mean, my time's going to run out. Here's the last point I want to make to you. I got hairy legs. Yeah.
We are a country where there are too many people that are obese.
I am scared.
Vice President Biden, I want to start with you. Why should anyone have faith that you're the one who can get this done now?
Because I'm the only one that...
Stop.
No, let's talk about math.
Let's talk about
Let's
math
talk
indeed.
about math.
Okay,
If
so
we
here's
do
the math.
nothing-
Coldplay is the best band.
Wrong.
Can I respond to the...
Why am I stopping? No one else stops.
Okay.
Joe said it right. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Look,
Oh,
I
we're
think
gonna
it's
get it.
important
Here's
that
the
on
deal.
day one, I have more hair than anyone else. I got hairy legs.
I don't care.
Yeah, that's right. You heard what I said. You heard what I said. I was a pretty darn good lifeguard. I learned a lot.
We let this get out of control.
Lived out in Mayfield with my grandpa. We used to play basketball with a corn pop. And he sank every single shot. Corn Poppy can't stop. Corn Poppy won't stop. Yeah, Corn Poppy sank every shot.
Time is up. Thank you.
I'm not out of time. You spoke over time, and I'm going to talk. Here's the deal. I got hairy legs.
Certified 2020.
Everybody vote if you can. For your favorite woman or man. You can stream this track from Japan to Finland.
Get the song here. Have a great day and a great life. And don't forget to wear a life jacket and play zone defense against Corn Pop.
I got hairy legs.
And it is...
He did look to have more life in him back then. It's a good 4 years ago now, though. I want an aggressive, here's the deal. Come on, Joe. Give us an aggressive, here's the deal. Here's the deal. Yeah. That he spoke over his timeline had more energy than the entirety of this debate. I agree. I think it was sick. Chat, thank you for the level 4 hype train. Slay. And Anonymous, thank you for the 889. Maybe I'll stream on Fridays again. Hopefully, though, I'm just not sick anymore. Hopefully, I'm just healthy now. Can everybody, like, I don't know, pray to whoever you pray to or, like, manifest or something? Because I would really just like to be healthy now, forever. So if we could just make that happen for me, that'd be, like, super sexy and cool and fun. I have some concerns based on your past performance in not being sick. Yeah. I just don't know how it happened twice in a month. It just feels... It just doesn't feel good. Anyway, it's fine. We'll figure it out. I will sing you 3 songs and then I'm going to bed because I'm actually super fatigued still. But just making sure you're keeping to today being a day off. What? No. No, I might stream tomorrow. Depending on how I wake up. If not, there will definitely be Sunday during the day. Oh, it's past midnight. Yeah. If there is a stream tomorrow, it's probably a day stream. It just depends on how I wake up. Don't wake up dead. Gonna try not to. I have a headache, actually. But I've been drinking, so I don't know. Maybe staring at a screen. Let's see. Do I still have a voice? We'll find out. I am a Poggies, by the way. Here we go again. Everything is fine. I guess we could pretend we didn't cross a line. But ever since that day, everything has changed. The way I write your name, the cursive letter A, whenever it may be that you go on your way. If you really wanna leave, I'll never make you stay. Whatever you decide, I will understand, and it'll all be fine. Just go back to being friends. And love is a kaleidoscope. How it works we'll never know. And even all the change is somehow all the same. Turning to the left and right, colors shining in your eye. And even upside down, it's beautiful somehow. It's never just a shape alone. Love is a kaleidoscope. And if you ever find someone who could write a better song for you, well, I'd love to see them try. Put it all in words and sing it all in tune. There's no one else who could. The only one is you. And if you change your mind,
back to being friends. And love is a kaleidoscope. How it works we'll never know. And even all the change is somehow all the same. Turning to the left and right, colors shining in your eye. And even upside down, it's beautiful somehow. Every color of the rainbow. Don't be afraid to hold it close. It's never just a shape alone. Love is a kaleidoscope.
Honestly, I can't swallow properly still, but the fact that I still have a voice, even with my glands still this swollen, is kind of wild to me. What's the TLDR? Biden, look, the fact is we don't look, here's the deal, and there's no fool in Trump. There are 10 billion Guatemalans attacking the Lincoln Memorial right now. Yeah, that was one of my favorites as well, actually. It was. This was one of my favorites. It's very funny. Fucking lol. It's just so rough, like... Let's start a war? With who?
In a perfect world, I wouldn't have met you at all. In a perfect world, I would have said hi and moved on. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about love and its foolish tendencies. Just like Chad, I tend to fall in love too easily. In a perfect world, I'd live out my days by the sea. In a light blue cottage, just the sand, the ocean, and me. Unfortunately, I'm too romantic, dramatic for that reality. I go ahead and just like Chad, I fall in love too easily. Why did you put me through 11 months of you're so pretty as I misuse? It's absurd what even occurred between autumn and spring. If you never loved me. In a perfect world, I wouldn't have met you that night. Would have stayed with my friends and danced till the morning light. every turn I feel a little heartbreak and a little burn, and just like Chad, I tend to fall in love too easily. And just like Chad, I fall in love too easily.
Thanks for the roses, you guys. You can have one more. Definitely not pony. Hi, Spiky. I was covering the debate, but I'm singing 3 songs before I go pass out. Sun is up here. Sun's definitely not up here. Let's do this.
I know I have good judgment, I know I have good taste. It's funny and it's ironic that only I feel that way. I promise I'm not you different, and everyone makes mistakes, but just don't. I heard that you're an actor, so act like a stand-up guy. Whatever devil's inside you, don't let him out tonight. I tell him it's just your culture, and everyone rolls their eyes. Yeah, I know. All I'm asking, baby, please, 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 don't prove I'm right. Please, 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 don't bring me to tears when I just did my makeup so nice. Heartbreak is one thing, my ego's another. I beg you, don't embarrass me, motherfucker. Please, please, please. Well, I have a fun idea, babe. Maybe just stay inside. I know you're craving some fresh air, but the ceiling fan is so nice, and we could live so happily if no one knows that you're with me. I'm just kidding, but really, 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 please, 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 don't prove I'm right. And please, 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 don't bring me to tears when I just did my makeup so nice. Heartbreak is one thing, my ego's another. I beg you, don't embarrass me, motherfucker. Please, please, please. If you wanna go and be stupid, don't do it in front of me. If you don't wanna cry to my music, don't make me hate you prolifically.
There you go.
I have a fun idea, babe. Maybe just stay inside. I know you're craving some fresh air, but the ceiling fan is so nice. Anyway, chat, maybe see you in the morning time. Maybe see you in the morning time. If there is a stream tomorrow, it is a day stream, and then Sunday is also a day stream. Also, nothing is ever as bad as it seems. Even a really shitty debate. Trust me. It's just not. It's not as bad as it seems. Your ceiling fan is on the max setting. I'm so happy for you. I'm gonna go play with my doggy before I go to sleep. Before today, I said debates don't really change people's mind, but that performance was something else. Oh yeah, I think I'm just not that sad because I've been convinced Trump was winning anyway for a long time. Just, I don't know what to tell you. It's just the vibe. So I'm already like preparing for a second Trump presidency. I don't know what to tell you. That's just where I'm at. I don't know about you guys. Anyway, you're all good people. Be good to the people around you and be good for yourselves. Be good to yourselves. You know? Same my poggies. Like, in quips, it's bad, but he did get some stuff out. It's just not good. Nice to meet you, Sensitive Joy. Yeah, just be good to yourselves, then you can be healthy and you can be good to the people around you, and then it just expands from there. That's all. And in the meantime, we go mad. We go mad, we act mad, stay mad, you know. Bye-bye.